You guys are doing such a great job participating in our fundraiser for UNICEF and in our auction. Now, our hero, David Howell, the other day, he auctioned out his chest high for $1,100. And today, David, modeling our fantastic Tinky Winky costume. You are such a hero, David. And what is the story behind this costume?
Well, Kaja, last year on the tour, I lost a bet to you, so I had to commentate on a chess game while wearing the Tinky Winky costume.
Yes, I remember that. And now, why should people make a bid for the costume?
You have to make a bid for this costume in order to take it off my hands. I don't want to appear as Tinky Winky anymore. But on a serious note, it's all for a good cause.
It definitely is. So welcome, everyone, to the Charity Cup.
Wow, what has just happened there?
Whoa!
He's completely hallucinated against the action.
Whoa! Look at the bar!
Checkmate is just coming.
What a game! Wow.
There's no way to stop it. Plus 100 for black.
He's taking
Whoa!
it.
He's done it.
Mind of the computer, Magnus.
Yeah.
Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Why doesn't it work?
Because rook
takes bishop. Rook takes bishop. Play quickly.
Magnus Carlsen showing his genius in this final.
Incredible day of chess.
It's been a little bit up and down for Magnus Carlsen so far in the Charity Cup. Today is day 3 in the tournament, and let's take a look at the standings after 8 out of 15 rounds in the preliminaries. Look at that, Liam Le on top of the table with 20 points. He's won 6 out of 8 games so far and should feel safe to qualify. Magnus is in shared second together with Jan-Krzysztof Duda on 16 points. And look at that, 16-year-old Pragg currently inside top 8 to qualify for the quarterfinals. But outside top 8, currently players like Vidit and Erik Hansen, they will need to score points today to have a chance to qualify. And remember, 3 points for a win in the preliminaries, only 1 point for a draw. And yesterday was another fantastic day of entertaining chess.
And wow. Okay.
Hang on. Wow, that's an amazing move.
Yeah, and the reason we both reacted there is because Magnus has just given up a knight. The knight has just jumped forward, attacking the black queen, but this knight is attacked twice by black's bishop and by black's rook. What is Magnus going to do? Is he going to be really sneaky and capture with his queen?
Yep.
He has captured with his queen, so giving up his queen, but the black queen would have been captured if black had captured the white queen. So black instead flicking in a check. There's some crazy tactics now. That black king is actually caught in the crossfire. Just no way to save your pawns now.
Okay, there you go. You can see it. Hans Niemann has resigned. Magnus Carlsen has won.
There are checkmating ideas all over the place. Magnus is really stretched in the defense. This would end in checkmate. Suddenly, after bishop takes rook, this is what we call a back rank checkmate. Look how Magnus planted the queen to stop the black king escaping using the square. So, of course, David Navarra spotted that. He's so tactically sharp. Are we about to see a result? Wow, yes, we do. Let's go back to the players. David Navarra smiling. We'll show this later, but he spotted a winning idea against the world champion.
Look at that.
What a moment for him.
Yeah, that is a nice celebration by David Navarra. Winning against the world champion.
Wow, Rapport just gambling, giving away everything. He's decided it's not worth saving this rook, it's not worth saving this pawn. He's just brought his queen in. Now white only has 2 potential attackers, the queen and knight, and faced with several defenders, it's not going to be enough. Magnus just ruthless. This rook acting as a defender might just end the game. Richard might well resign here because he's simply a rook down and another rook attacked. There we go, he does resign.
Obviously, 2 losses is a bit too much, but yeah, the points are coming in pretty steadily, so it's fine.
And to guide us through the next 4 rounds in the preliminaries, as always, International Master Jan-Krzysztof, Grandmaster David Howell. And today, also in the studio, we have Kyrre from UNICEF. And of course, we're going to talk about UNICEF's work, especially in Ukraine. But first, Kyrre, what's your chess experience, your chess level?
I love the game. And I used to play when I was a kid. But when you become like 13, 14, it becomes so serious, so I drop it off. But today, I play as much as I can. But it's all about time. If I had more time, I would play all the time.
But today we're going to have a lot of time to talk about chess, and we're super excited to have you here. And of course, we have to talk about Ukraine as well. We're hearing a lot of stories from what's happening there. We're 3 weeks now into the conflict. What is the extent of the crisis we're seeing now?
It is unfolding the largest humanitarian catastrophe we have seen now in modern times.
Wow.
I think we can say that it's more than 10 million people who has fled internally. Externally, I mean, out of Ukraine is 3.5 million, and it is women and children, because the men stay back. So the women and children are fleeing into the neighboring countries, and we see them also coming to Norway now. And inside Ukraine, yeah, you've seen the pictures. Yeah. It's horrible. Kids in bomb shelters, hospital bombs, and so on.
Yeah. So what is UNICEF doing for these people?
We are scaling up as fast as we can. We just got more than 1,000 tons of supplies over the border, and we're doing a lot of medical. It's mobile clinics. We're supporting hospitals. And for instance, I mean, we have to remember that pregnant women will give birth in the middle of the bomb rain. That just has to happen. So, and that happens. There's more than 4,000 children who has been born during the war now. So we're supporting, and also we're supporting outside and trying to give children and everyone fleeing safe zones on the way out of Ukraine. We have something we call blue dots.
Ah, yeah. So fantastic, the work UNICEF, and so important, the work that UNICEF is doing. And deep under the streets of Kharkiv, a city we have seen horrible pictures from, hundreds of people are sheltering from these bombs. Children forced to sleep and live and play in bomb rooms and in metro stations. It's horrible. Take a look at this.
Первый день мы были на платформе, а потом по комнатам, кто с детьми расселили. Здесь у нас в комнате уже как детский сад с детьми. Более-менее они немножко привыкли здесь уже просто за 5 дней. Мы иногда домой выходим, сбегать здесь рядом, и начинают стрелять, дети не понимают, что происходит, они спрашивают, почему мы бежим, куда мы бежим, потому что стреляют, почему, потому что война. Я бы хотела вывести детей, но выйти невозможно из укрытия, как можно куда-то доехать.
And so far, together with all of you, we have been able to raise more than $52,000. But let's not stop there, you guys. Our goal for now is $75,000, but I say, let's go higher. And Jan-Krzysztof, if people want to join in on this, how can they donate to UNICEF?
Yeah, you can go onto the chess24 webpage, and the webpage is chess24.com/donate. Or alternatively, you can get your phone and you can scan the QR code, and it will take you to the page. And please remember, every little will help. And again, thank you very much to everyone who's donated so far.
Absolutely. And of course, another way to participate in the fundraiser is also our auction. And as we mentioned earlier, today we're auctioning out the fantastic Tinky Winky costume. And you might wonder, why on earth is David wearing a Tinky Winky costume? Well, here's the reason. In the last game of today, and David and Jan-Krzysztof.
This is the highlight of my career. This is what I always dreamed of when I first took up chess.
It's like the next big thing, Kaja. We're cool.
I mean, I can't even move the mouse anymore.
All right, and the last game has started. So you guys looking great, and go ahead and commentate. What's happening?
Okay, let's make a quick draw, guys, so that we can get out of these outfits. Okay, we do see the King's Pawn opening. White plays the Italian game.
That was such a funny moment last season when David and Jan-Krzysztof had to dress up because they lost a little bet to me. And well, Kira, would you say that is one of the strangest things you've seen auctioned out for UNICEF?
Yeah, definitely. And somehow I'm quite happy I cannot afford it. But I hope someone wants to have it.
Yes, and I mean, if you're going to a carnival, maybe you have a kid who's having a birthday party, you want to dress up to do something fun.
Yes.
Perfect.
Halloween's only 7 months away. So.
Exactly. And if you want to make a bid for the Tinky Winky costume, then you head to cctauction.com and make your bid. It will be auctioned out today, so you only have a few hours to make your bid. Now, 4 games of chess, 4 rounds of chess will be played today. We will start, of course, with the big game between 16-year-old Pragg and Magnus Carlsen. And after the first game, we're going to be joined by Grandmaster Laurent Fresinet, who's going to talk about a very cool video course that is coming out. And after game 2, we're going to challenge our guest, Kira, in the Play Magnus Charity Challenge. And tomorrow, we're going to have another charity challenge with the Norwegian TV personality and UNICEF ambassador Leo Ajkic. And today, Leo is going to be down at the Good Night together with Askild to practice his chess moves.
Hey guys, I'm here with UNICEF ambassador Leo Ajkic, and we're gathered here today to play some chess and do some preparations for the big Play Magnus charity challenge tomorrow. And Leo, we actually met in Lillehammer in 2013 when I was hosting a match between Magnus Carlsen and Borki Predrievich. And you attended as a speaker of that match. And have you done any chess-related stuff since?
I think I played like a couple of times since then, but I lost all of them. I would remember it if I won something, but I lost, and that's why I didn't play so much more. Because like, I'm okay with mathematics, but so many moves ahead, strategy, it's like, I need better defense, man. You gotta help me.
Yeah, that's perfect. So today, I'll make sure you get some good tips so that you're ready for tomorrow. And what do you want to focus on this training session?
Most people say chess ain't a party thing. It's almost like it's boring, it ain't fun. So I'm gonna ask you for some chess party tricks. So
right.
If there is a party, if there is a good happening, how can I take somebody out fast? Like 3 moves, they are finished, man.
And if you want to play a good game, you have to invite all the pieces to the party. So I think we're onto something here. And yeah, let's get started. You play the first move.
I play the first move?
Yeah.
Okay, I saw something earlier about move the pawn away from the king. But why twice? I don't know why twice. I do it.
It's a very good
because I
move.
can, but I don't know why.
Yeah, it's a great move. And let's see how this develops. Back to you guys.
I have a feeling Leo's gonna, get some practice in and become quite good and getting all the pieces to the party. Are there some party tricks in chess, David?
I guess maybe there are. You can technically checkmate someone in 2 moves. Normally they don't fall for it. You can play blindfold chess. You can do a few different checkmating ideas. But I'm hoping we all learn something from Askild later.
Definitely. We're going to follow Leo and Askild throughout today down at the Good Night. But now, round 9 in the preliminaries is about to come up. In here are the games coming up in round 9. Jürgen van Foreest, he is fighting to qualify against Ding Liren. David Anton against Eric Hansen. But we will follow the game, of course, between 16-year-old Pragg. He beat Magnus Carlsen 1 month ago in the Air Things Masters. And can he do it again, David?
He definitely can. Pragg, he's a man in form. He's beaten several of the world's top players lately. And I say man, but he's only 16. And imagine starting a tournament at nearly 10:30 at night. He's up against it against Magnus, but he's done it before.
Definitely. Pragg, he has made a little bit of a jump on the tour rating list, but someone who's definitely made a big jump, Bianca. Liemle, 40 points.
Yeah, that's an incredible rating performance and also an incredible tournament. And the best thing about it, with his 6 victories, he's made it look so effortless. Yesterday, he had 3 times the black pieces and he won those games.
Incredible. What a tournament Liemle is having. We're definitely going to keep an eye on his great chess playing today as well. But we have to start out with the game between the 16-year-old against the world champion. He became the youngest player to beat Magnus Carlsen since he became world champion when he won in the Air Things Masters. And we're seeing their fighting chess index score, David. What kind of game can we expect here?
I think it's going to be a very tense game. When these two faced off against each other last month, there was a stage where it was just about maneuvering. It was full of tension, not many pieces exchanged. Then it got really, really tricky, really tactical, and Praggnanandhaa navigated his ways through there. And eventually, when he got a chance to attack Magnus, he seized it and he won the game. If it goes to an endgame, however, I think that's where maybe Magnus has his edge.
And this time he's gonna have the white pieces. He won with the black pieces in the Air Things Masters, but I mean, do we ever see Magnus Carlsen losing twice in a row to a player?
No.
Almost never.
I mean, I can't think about anything off the top of my head. No, I mean, Magnus really doesn't lose twice to anyone. Once, maybe, but then he's always made a comeback. And this is like his special skill. So, well, we'll see what happens. And Praggnanandhaa has kicked off and he's moved the queen pawn two squares forward.
Yep, so 1d4 to start this game. When they met last month, it was colours reversed. Magnus actually had white there, and he lost eventually. And Magnus, does he know the game has started? He does. He brings his knight out, so very standard stuff. Praggnanandhaa just trying to occupy the centre with pawns here. So Magnus, what's he going to adopt as a strategy in the opening? Okay, he creates the fianchetto. Is he going to go for the Grunfeld defence, a really counter-attacking opening, but very direct? Or is he going to play maybe... Okay, he does go for the Grunfeld. I was going to say the King's Indian defence, just allowing white to take the whole centre. That's also equally risky. And we see a trade of pawns. Knight's also leaving the board.
Wow,
and
queen moving all over the place here.
Yeah, these two players, big experts in this opening. Praggnanandhaa, as white against the Grunfeld defence, he won a really nice game just a couple of months ago in Vaikanse against the Swedish #1, Niels Grandelia. So he has fond memories of this opening. Magnus occasionally uses this opening as black, but I remember having a conversation with him in a taxi in, I think, 2010, and he said he hates the Grunfeld defence. There's too much to memorise, too much to learn. And here we go. Already quite a rare move. Bring black's bishop out. Normally we see black castle the king away to safety. And if you look at the centre of the board as well, white has the pawns there, occupying a lot of space. Black has to chip away at those white pawns from the side, from afar, using the two bishops, and, okay, eventually black does castle the king. So it's still very tense. It's all about whether white can maintain the centre. If he does, then Praggnanandhaa will have the advantage. If black can maybe trade off white central pawns, then black should be okay.
Okay. Do you have a favourite opening, Kira?
Yeah, no, I do like to play a bit Sicilian. I'm trying to experiment with that, but I'm not very good at it. But I'm just wondering about this one, because in my experience, you talked about castling, and if you cast a bit late, it's kind of like I never get to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why Praggnanandhaa now has just sacrificed a pawn, actually, because it was the #1 priority for white to get the king castled. Otherwise, as you mentioned, it would have been too late. Otherwise, the white king might have come under heavy fire. And Magnus, he's really being greedy. Look at that black queen. She's offside.
Wow.
She's not really doing too much. She's out in Siberia somewhere, just kind of on her own adventure. But she has grabbed one pawn in the process. So actually, Pragg, he's being ambitious. He's sacrificed a pawn. And look at this, pushing pawns in the centre. He's gaining space.
And I can tell you, this is a new move. It's not actually normal for white to, in this position, push that pawn forward. It's much more normal to actually attack the queen with the rook. And here we're now in analysis territory. Who has studied this line? What do you think, David?
Yeah, I mean, it might be a brand new move, but it's quite a common idea, at least. White just pushing pawns as far forward down the board as possible. Also, you look at this white pawn in the centre, it could be joined by the pawn next to it, and we could see a passed pawn being created very, very shortly. Meanwhile, I don't like the fact that black's queen is stuck out there on her own. There's a big risk of her, firstly, getting trapped, and secondly, she's going to have to lose a lot of time kind of rejoining the rest of her pieces later on. She's going to have to retreat at least twice over the next few moves. So pawn sacrifices, I'm a bit materialistic. I'm too scared to go for them with white, but here white has fantastic compensation for that sacrificed pawn. And Magnus needs to speed up and catch up with development, so therefore he brings his knight into the game. And yeah, Jovanka, as you know, I'm kind of a Grunfeld connoisseur. I've been playing it my whole life as black, but the older I get, the more I think it's just too risky. White has too many pawns in the centre of the board, and yeah, again, as mentioned, it's not necessarily Magnus's favourite type of position. So a really clever opening choice here from Praggnanandhaa. And after this trade, white gets the bishop pair. And wow, okay, he actually captures back with a pawn here, Praggnanandhaa. Look at those pawns now on the F file. They're doubled. That's a very controversial decision. But he does have even more pawns now controlling central squares. This one is already promising. I think we're going to get a lot of excitement in this game already.
Nice.
It's not one of those dull, maybe solid openings I would have expected from Magnus after losing last month to Pragg. I think he's fighting fire with fire here. And OK, let's see what happens.
Yeah, for me, it's like a sign of confidence from Pragnanda that he actually recaptures that piece by actually breaking the rules, because often you don't want to be playing this type of move because, you know, look at the White King, doesn't have too many protectors around it. However, you know, as David mentioned, the Black Queen, totally offside. But yeah, I like what Pragnanda has done, actually. I think it's very brave, very bold, and I applaud it.
Nice.
And if you look at the clock times as well, he's actually got more time than he started with Pragnanda. So to me, that says he studied it before. Maybe with his coach that we interviewed yesterday, Ramesh, maybe he just thought, OK, Magnus is least comfortable when he's being attacked. We've seen him lose a few games on the tour when the Black King comes under fire or when his opponent is pushing everything forward. So he's definitely playing against the man, not only against the board. And there we go, the Black Queen losing a bit more time, going back where she came from.
All right, well, interesting game we're heading into. And Kira, I wanted to ask you, because obviously being Norwegian, you said you played chess as a kid, and then, you know, kids came and work came and, you know, time, trouble to have time to play. But what did it mean that Magnus became world champion, that a Norwegian became world champion in 2013? Did that spark your interest again?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It came back, and I think it's done that for a lot of my friends and yeah, actually half of the Norwegian population.
Yeah.
So because I just played once in a while with friends, typically some late evenings, but then after Magnus starting to win and they start to show it, you know, live on TV, I started to play as often as I can. So I think that's for many people.
Yeah. How surreal, right? I remember I was a student when he became world champion. Suddenly, you know, our conversation every day would be about chess. And we were like, what is this? What's happening to us?
You know, exactly. I mean, now I'm thinking I need to take my daughter to a chess club. She's 7, so it's about time, but she's not that interested. My son, who's 4, is more interested.
Oh.
But maybe I wouldn't have thought that 10 years ago. You know, I would just have parked that idea, you know, whole chess idea. But now I'm like, I'm going to go to the local chess club as soon as I can.
Wow.
With at least one of them.
And, well, reminds me of your interview with Henrik Carlsen, Jovanka. He also, around, was it like 4 years old with Magnus, he noticed some qualities in Magnus.
Yeah, he noticed some personality traits in Magnus that he thought, hang on, you know, maybe Magnus will be a good chess player. But he actually said the very first time he tried to teach Magnus and his older sister Ellen some chess, it was a disaster. It did not go well, you know. And he thought, how could I be so wrong about this? And, you know, they didn't really enjoy it. But then I think because Henrik was so interested in the game that when Henrik introduced the game later on, the children were a little bit older and they could understand things more. And it kind of bit both of them. Yeah. And both of them became really, really interested in the game. And Magnus, frankly, became obsessed. He was studying it and just absorbing chess 24 hours of the day.
Yeah, I remember Henrik, he said that he would play against Magnus with one pawn and he would win. With his one pawn, he would be able to queen it and just win the game. So it's nice to hear that even Magnus Carlsen has lost.
Yeah, and I think a lot of our viewers actually have a similar story. They learn when they're young from parents or grandparents, and then life gets in the way, things happen, but they come back to it in later life. And that's, for me, that's the main thing. I mean, you talk about Henrik Carlsen, his sister. I mean, they're such a close family, and I think chess is one thing that really kind of helped them bond at a young age. So that's nice to hear. I think you should definitely take your son and daughter to the chess club.
Definitely, but I won't do like my dad, because when I beat him first time, he never played again.
No.
So I didn't have that, you know, close coach at home. But I will stay in there as long as possible.
Yeah. No, you definitely don't give up the game when your child beats you. In fact, you should take the inspiration from an Australian grandmaster, actually, because he was really into chess at an early age, but then he kind of, you know, life got in the way. But then his son started becoming interested in chess. And so he thought, oh, hang on a second, I actually have to help my son get better because there are no coaches. Yeah. So he actually picked up the game and started studying the game to get better, just to help his child.
Wow.
Yeah, and together, I think the father became like a quite a strong player. Like, it became a FIDE master, which is around about 2,300, and the son is now one of the country's top grandmasters. So,
who is it?
It's Anton Smirnov from Australia.
Wow, what a story.
I love that.
Yeah. It's so cool with chess as well. It's never too late, right?
No.
But I think it is a good idea to learn when you're a kid, like with the language, right? Your brain just absorbs it better.
Well, I'm not sure, actually, because I think when you're an adult, you can actually understand the strategies much better.
Yeah, that's true.
And you can understand how chess is a language. Oops. I might have broken the chair there. My apologies.
Live TV.
And I just think that when you're an adult, you can process everything that you need to be doing. You can actually take a look back at the board, and you can understand where the pieces should go. You can remember things that people have said to you in a way that children can't. You know, children often just go, yeah, well, understood, and then they repeat the mistake maybe about 20 or 30 times, and then the message gets through.
Yeah.
And adults, they don't play as quickly either, which is very good, because children play sometimes a little bit too quickly.
Yeah. Well, Pragg, 16, not a kid anymore. He didn't play fast in this move, thinking for 3 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
moving his queen.
3-4 minutes. And when we had his coach on yesterday, Ramesh, he said one of Pragg's biggest weaknesses is time trouble, actually thinking a bit too much. And when I played him a few months ago as well, normally I'm the one shorter on time, but I think there were several moments he spent 30, 40 minutes on one move. So, OK, this move, I'm not a huge fan. Let's jump into the position to show what Pragnananda's thinking is behind just pushing his queen forward only one square. On the last turn, this pawn was actually under fire from the bishop and by the queen. So it's attacked twice, only defended once by White's rook. That's why Pragg has lifted his queen up, to just add extra protection to this pawn. However, White's whole plan, the whole reason he's a pawn down, is because he wants to push everything forward. So to me, the most natural would have been to push this pawn forward, maybe create this nice little pawn chain. And actually, Magnus has just stopped that. Just before this, before we go into this move, another plan for White to push this pawn forward and then the central pawn. And if, for example, Black had just wasted time, Magnus, of course, not doing this, then suddenly White obtains just the strongest pawns you will ever see. But the reason now I wasn't such a fan of this move by Pragg is because he has allowed Magnus, after pushing his queen forward, to block things up. And this looks like a pawn sacrifice by Black. It is a pawn sacrifice, but the biggest priority is to stop White from pushing forward himself. And if Pragg now takes this pawn with his bishop, then there will be consequences. You open up lines for the Black rooks, and suddenly Black's rook is looking at the bishop and the pawn behind it. Also, the Black knight might jump into the center, hitting the bishop, hitting some pawns, and suddenly things are opening up, but maybe just not while Pragg is ready. So really interesting move there, and Magnus played it quite quickly. He was thinking while Pragg was running down on the clock. So this is the current position. I'm expecting to maybe see this pawn captured. I don't think you can allow it to sit in your half of the board for too long, because then suddenly Black is the one rolling with his pawns down the board, what we call a pawn storm. But after it is captured, I think the rook will slide across, and Pragg, once he moves the bishop back, we'll see Magnus get greedy once again by grabbing this pawn with his bishop, maybe even with his rook. And things are opening up, things are getting traded, but I think Pragg missed an opportunity to start rolling forward with his pawns there. Just maybe just a bit too hesitant, and again, spending quite a bit of time on the clock.
Yeah, and the final position that you showed in your variation, to me, it looked like Black was almost a clear pawn up.
Yeah.
And it seemed like the timing had passed for White. And
White's advantage, sorry, that it just lies in the centre of the board.
Yeah.
So that's why you have to push pawns in the centre. And you mentioned Black being a pawn up. Black actually has a 2 versus 0 advantage of pawns if you look on the left side. So if everything else gets traded off, those 2 Black pawns are just going to slowly walk up the board and promote to a new queen later. So, yeah, Ivanka, not such a fan of Pragg's decision?
No, I'm not a fan of the decision, primarily because of Magnus's move. I mean, it's quite an instructive idea, actually. And just simply trying to put a pawn on White's side of the board and just being a wedge there, preventing this pawn's expansion. But one thing I did wonder was whether Pragnananda could kind of pivot and just go back to his normal idea of just expanding on the centre
Yeah, those doubled pawns that white has on that f-line. One of them can step forward. You can try and push a pawn in the center later to try and block out black's bishop. If you look at black's bishop, that's what we call the fianchetto, and it's on a fantastic diagonal, as we mentioned, staring down at some pawns, controlling all the dark squares. So you need to block that guy out the game. And yeah, as you mentioned, Ivanka, I think only really two choices here. Either you remove that black pawn from the board because it's just a thorn in your side, or you push pawns, but he finds a third option, Pragg, sliding his queen across. Maybe this was his idea all along. But Magnus making a face, surprised by that one. I must admit, I'm surprised too. It wasn't on my radar. It's not normally kind of a conventional idea to put your queen opposite your opponent's bishop. Yes, there's a pawn in the way. Yes, you're attacking a pawn with a white queen on this line, but it feels a bit superficial. Black can easily deal with that threat.
So what could be his plan?
Well, I think it's like like David mentioned, like a one-track mind. You know, basically he's thinking if black is careless and maybe pushes the pawn that's under fire 2 squares or even 1 square, then the white rook will just attack the queen, and the queen doesn't have a great place to go to. That's it. And the problem is that's a very simple threat, but it can easily be handled, as David mentioned.
Yeah, so this pawn attacked, and the line Ivanka was mentioning there is this pawn, it's under fire, it might as well march forward, protected by its queen. But then Pragg's idea surely is to bring the rook across. To be honest, I'm not sure this even works. Yes, you're attacking the queen, but now you've lost protection once more of this pawn. So black can actually play queen takes pawn, defended by her bishop, and I guess Pragg wants to capture this pawn now. We'll see a trade of some pawns, both queens getting a bit active, but it feels just all wrong for white somehow. The queen can even move out the way. She can offer a trade, for example, or she can maybe even step down the board, attacking this bishop, attacking this rook. And I don't know, Pragg's lost control. Earlier, all his pieces were centralized, kind of bunched up together, protecting each other. Suddenly, the queen is out on her own. This rook, as mentioned, just on a bad square. So I'm expecting this from Magnus, just to pick up this pawn and push it. But the other option would be to maybe a bit safer, drop the queen back, protect the pawn next to it, and keeping an eye on this guy as well.
Okay, so Kitty, with your level, if you came to you know, the good knight and saw 2 people playing this position, would you be able to sort of say, "Ooh, I want to play with the black pieces here"?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the last one you mentioned it, pull the queen back to the C line, because then you can also go quite quickly over to the other line. Because I think that in the long run, I think the white king is a bit open, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the G line there. So that's would be my long-term goal. But then you also, I mean, the A and the B pawns of Magnus. You mentioned some moves there where white is actually then starting to pick out those, and I think also that would be good for white, right?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, white would love, for example, to use the queen and grab a couple of pawns, but it's all about timing right now. And Magnus, you can see right now he's got his kind of calculation face on. He's trying to work out 2 or 3 steps in advance. But I think if he's unsure about the evaluation, as you mentioned there, about his pawns disappearing, then he'll take a step back and he'll take that safe option. And yeah, you also mentioned white's king. You're right, the pawn structure around it is shattered, and especially if the black knight somehow creeps forward towards that white king, and then you combine the queen with it, then Pragg will regret having opened up his king. At the moment, I guess he's not too worried just because there are no black pieces around, but definitely something long-term for Pragg to keep an eye on. So yeah, well spotted, because Magnus, he's going to be having these things in his mind. He's going to have sneaky ideas later on, and if Pragg is too slow, then those ideas might become reality.
Yeah, he's definitely in evaluation mode, right? And I think he's calculating the line that you highlighted. He's trying to sit there and make an assessment, because the resulting position at the end, yes, it could be good for black, but, you know, it could also be good for white if you...
It makes it more messy, that's the only thing. So safe option, retreating the black queen. Messier option, but maybe quite good for black, would be to push some pawns. So that's where we talk about styles in chess. Every player has different preferences, styles. Magnus likes to keep control if he can, in general. So, yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm on your side there, retreating the queen.
Yeah, retreating the queen is something like, you know, it's a move that, like David says, you have in your pocket.
Yeah,
it's a good move. It's okay to have. You can always fall back on that if you decide on the more forcing line that it isn't quite the right move for you.
Now I have a question about, so we see doubled pawns, and next to the white doubled pawns, we have double bishops. Is double bishops actually a good thing? I mean, they will be controlling a lot of lines.
Yeah, in general, I mean, especially here, white's bishops are fantastic because I guess together they'll control all the color complexes and they'll control all the squares, especially if they're quite centralized. Bishops are great long-range pieces, so black's bishop also good on this long diagonal, but white's bishops have the potential to control both sides of the board. And, okay, he does go for the messier option, the more ambitious option, but
nice
riskier.
Spotted, Kira.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, okay, now we are definitely expecting white's rook to slide across to attack the black queen, because otherwise, Pragg's whole idea of kind of switching his queen over to this left side doesn't really have a purpose. So if he's consistent, Pragg now will bring his rook across and attack the black queen.
And he needs to play quite fast now. He has spent a lot of time, but they are, well, Magnus spent like 4 minutes on his previous move. So it's not dramatic on the clock, but he did spend quite a long time on 2 moves there, Pragg.
Yeah, and I guess the players, I mean, especially at this top level, all the players we see, they're very good at sensing critical moments. So that was just it's more stylistic decision, safe option or really aggressive. And that's why Magnus invested so much time there. Normally we don't see it from him. Normally he's very instinctive and he likes to stay ahead on the clock if he can. But I think it was a good moment to stop and pause for a while.
Absolutely.
But if you play at 11 o'clock in the night, how does that affect you?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what kind of person you are. And I would assume that the Pragnanda has actually, and he has in fact attacked the queen with his rook. So it just depends, you know, if you're a morning person, this is going to be very, very difficult for you and you probably need to do some training. For instance, you probably actually have to, in preparation for this event, actually start playing at 10:30 p.m. at night. You know, so that your brain gets used to working on chess as opposed to sleeping.
Because you have to be fresh, right, if you're going to play chess for 4 hours like these players are doing.
Yeah, so I mean, their preparation beforehand would be just, you know, waking up later and then 10:30 p.m. study chess.
Yeah.
And then you have to study chess, I guess, for 5 hours. And but it's difficult. It is difficult. Okay, so
it's my favourite time of day, 10:30 p.m. to start playing chess.
You would thrive in this tournament, David.
Yeah, and okay, meanwhile, as predicted, this trade of pawns, both queens getting a bit greedy there and grabbing the opponent's pawns. And yeah, I remember having a chat with Magnus years and years ago, and he said that he'd done a bit of research, and apparently the mind is at its kind of most sharp, most focused 4 to 6 hours after waking up. So imagine if you start at 10:30 p.m. and you've been awake since 8 in the morning. It's impossible. So you definitely, I mean, chess players in general are quite nocturnal, but you definitely have to plan for that. And as Jan says, acclimatise. Okay, this move, very surprising, I must admit, from Magnus. He's brought his knight out. The knight was attacked by the white queen, but this knight can be captured in some scenarios by white's dark squared bishop. Also, it's a bit loose. Yes, it's defended by a pawn right now, but that black pawn defending the black knight is under fire itself. It's a bit shaky, and just instinctively it feels like an okay move, but maybe not the move Magnus wanted to play. Maybe just he's being practical, didn't want to invest another 5 minutes on calculating sharp variations.
So what should he have done? Would you have preferred to see it go the other way?
Yeah,
backwards, or?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you don't even have to defend this knight, which is under fire. I thought maybe you could start counterattacking, as I mentioned. One option, it is complicated, one option is just bring the queen down 1 square, counterattacking against white's bishop. And here that idea of breaking towards the white king would be in effect. If the black knight is captured, for example, you could take this bishop. Now you can start sneakily attacking these doubled pawns, creeping over towards this king. It doesn't feel too safe anymore with the black queen nearby. And the other purpose, of course, behind this black queen move would be to unblock the bishop's diagonal, to actually hit this rook in the corner with the bishop. The reason Magnus didn't go for this, maybe, is because you have to calculate a lot further. You have to think, OK, what happens if this bishop drops back to attack the black queen? Will the black queen get trapped? It's running out of squares. And it gets very, very complicated. I mean, the knight is under fire. The queen is under fire. Maybe Magnus just thought, OK, none of this nonsense. Let's just keep everything nice and protected, which is a good kind of practical idea, especially in speed chess, rapid chess. If this was a long game, Magnus maybe would have spent time on this queen move, but he brings his knight to the side, and as mentioned, it can be captured by white's bishop, but here, after a recapture, suddenly the rooks are looking at each other, and after a rook trade, and I think white's queen would just be too far away here, and it's all about the dark squares. Black's queen could start sneaking towards the white king. So we do see a couple of quick moves instead. The white rook switching back again where it came from, and now black's queen retreating. Oof, I'm starting to like black's position again. I know I wasn't so sure about this black move, this black knight move, but again, once it's captured, suddenly the queen is super near the white king, starting an attack already.
Yeah, I have to say I really love this knight move. Big fan of it because it sets that strategical trap that you mentioned. You know, you entice white to perhaps exchange with the dark square bishops, and then it would be opposite color bishops, and black will just be completely supreme on the dark squares. And
just to show your point, Jovanka, for example, here, say the black queen checks, suddenly opposite color bishops, but this bishop blocked in by its own pawns, staring at its own pawns, and suddenly, again, if white is careless, then it's checkmate on the dark squares. The queen and bishop are going to line up, and the king is just doomed. So, yeah, opposite color bishops would not be in white's favor here.
And the thing is, though, it's really a perpetual trap that he's kind of setting to white. He's saying, hey, if you ever want to win back the pawn that is sitting on the c4 square, and it's going to be a menacing pawn, especially if it advances one square forward, well, you're going to give me the dark squares. So what is it? Are you going to let me live with an extra pawn, or you're going to give up your dark squares? And this is really, really very unpleasant. If I were Pragnanda right now, I might be panicking.
Yeah. Also, a really clever choice of square for the black queen, because the white bishop, the light squared bishop, can actually capture this pawn, but suddenly it would lose protection of one of the doubled pawns, and the queen, you can't let it anywhere near your king like this. The queen attacking this pawn, this pawn. I think Magnus really clever there with his choice of square. And as Jovanka mentioned, slight panic maybe for Pragg. I think he needs to just shore up and defend his king's position, maybe by pushing a pawn forward, maybe by even lifting his king up the board just to protect the pawns around it. And actually, he has done just that. So still very tense. Black still needs to find a way to improve. But as Jovanka mentioned, again, this pawn is going to advance, and it's going to be very, very difficult for white to keep an eye on it for the rest of the game.
Okay, so the bar isn't too excited, about it. It's saying roughly draw. So in human terms, is this much more? Would you put the bar much more over to Magnus'
human
side?
terms, I personally would put the bar quite far to Magnus's side.
Okay.
I would even say maybe close to one pawn advantage in computer talk. I just think Magnus has a great shot at putting white under pressure and making Pragnanda just enticing him to make a mistake.
Yeah, after all, if we do a quick count, black is one pawn up, so +1 for black, according to the computer, would be very logical. But this is the type of position where if white wins the pawn back, the evaluation bar will just be roughly 0.0 around the middle. But if black keeps the pawn, the advantage will grow and grow with every move. So there we go. Okay, he does indeed just put his pawn on a square. It's protected. So the black queen, black bishop really keeping that pawn under their gaze. And here we go. Pragg's idea is to just push in the center. He should have done this, I feel, maybe 5-10 moves ago, but better late than never. And if the white e-pawn steps forward now, it will attack the black queen. It will cut the connection with the black queen as well, and the bishop to that very far advanced black pawn.
And simultaneously, the bar went up for Magnus, as did our donation bar for UNICEF. We have passed $53,000 now in the fundraiser. So thank you to everyone for joining in and keep donating. It's so important, right, kiddo? I mean, for people sitting at home, seeing pictures on the news, it's very hard to find a way to help. What is the best way for people to help organizations like UNICEF do their job?
The best is to donate money, actually, and to buy the Twinkie Winkie suit for a lot of money. That's the best way. I mean, right now we're seeing a lot of goodwill. We're seeing a lot of hearts, warm hearts in Norway. But in the long run, it's money to organizations that are on the ground that is the most solid help.
And professional and know what, because obviously psychologically as well for children experiencing bombs, experiencing fleeing, I guess it needs professional help to make sure they're not traumatized for life as well.
No, definitely. You need professional help, and also you need equipment, professional equipment. I mean, you need real medicines in the hospitals. You need midwives being there to deliver children. And it costs money, of course. And you have a lot of organizations like UNICEF and some others that are really good at what they're doing. UNICEF has been doing it for more than 75 years.
Really? Wow. Yeah, that's what we all can do. Donate to help UNICEF, help the people of Ukraine. This is the Charity Cup. So it is about donating and, of course, also about chess community coming together and moves coming out.
Yeah, moves coming out, and we've just seen what we call en passant. So black's pawn advancing 2 squares, but white was able to capture it as if it just moved 1 square. Often, if you can play en passant, you want to, just to stop your opponent gaining space, bypassing you. But after this trade of pawns, we've seen black's queen dodge out the way and white now try and block things up in the centre with his pawns. And now there is a bit of a threat in the position. White's rook just wants to step up 2 squares and capture this annoying black passed pawn. So I'm expecting Magnus to maybe just defend that with one of his rooks. One of the black rooks can slide across to the c-file and just defend this pawn. You don't really want to allow white to capture it because then suddenly white will have the bishop pair and no other real disadvantages in the position. I like what Pragg's actually done with the white king. It still looks a bit vulnerable, but the light-squared bishop, the white light-squared bishop can plug any holes there, can block any checks coming in the near future. So still very tense, and Pragg, he's tenacious. He's a great fighter, as all young players are, and he's making it difficult for Magnus to utilize to convert his 1-pawn advantage.
It looks more solid now. So how do you get in there with the black officers?
Well,
it's tricky.
Yeah, it is tricky. I like David's suggestion of just simply activating one of the rooks, getting behind its own passed pawn. Another suggestion that kind of sprang to my mind was simply to look at white's last move and just see what move is available as a consequence of white's last move. And that was white just advanced the pawn forward, and the d5 square in the middle of the board, that was protected. Now it's not protected. So maybe the black knight can jump into the middle of the board. That's one consequence. And defends. Okay, and Magnus has played it.
Got your magic ball out, predicting the future.
No, it was taught by a Russian grandmaster, Natalia. I've forgotten her surname, Kosintseva. And she said that this was her rule, hard and fast rule, when she was playing very, very quickly. She would just simply look at the opponent's last move and think, right, what can she now play as a result of that move? And then calculate that one first. And then if it was good, that was good.
Yeah.
I must admit, though, I don't like that move at all. Yes, the knight can jump in, but what's that knight actually doing? It's really loose. And actually, the black queen is the only defender, and Pragg now trying to kick away the defender of that black knight. So the queen is under fire from this white bishop. The queen can't move. There's no safe square that you can go to that maintains the protection of black's knight in the centre. So you only have 2 options, really. You have to block this attack with a black pawn, or you have to use the black knight and capture white's bishop in the centre with check, the dark-squared bishop. But that trade would lead to opposite-colour bishops, but this time, if you compare the remaining bishops, white's light-squared bishop, decent piece, attacking the black queen, black's bishop now blocked in. So I think that trade would help Pragg get to safety. And I'm not seeing a way black can keep the extra pawn. I think black should have just invited the remaining pieces into the party. The black rooks were doing nothing. The black knight was OK, but the black rooks were doing nothing. So maybe it was more important to prioritise those pieces.
Mm-hmm. This is what makes chess so complicated because, you know, there's no hard and fast rules. What works in one position doesn't work in another position. And I have to say I fully agree with David's point because, I mean, the move that kind of sprang to mind was actually just picking up the pawn and blocking the light-squared bishop's attack on the queen. But then, look at the black bishop. It's just sat there and it will never, ever get out so easily.
Yeah,
I mean, it wants to be on that long diagonal, but it wants an open file.
Yeah, but also if you push forward, Ivanka, suddenly the bishop might just slide back. And if you look at the dark squares, suddenly there's a pin on this diagonal.
Exactly.
It's really loose. You have no influence on the light squares for black. And yes, you might see a trade, but OK, the rook is hit, and if you're careless now and put the rook on the wrong square, then the bishop's going to come forward and pin and win the black queen. So, yeah, some danger in Magnus's position. And as mentioned, in the current position, the black queen under fire, she can't move because she has to stay protecting her knight. There's no other safe square. And If you have to take off this bishop, it's a check, so you don't lose your queen. Then suddenly, no matter where you put the black queen now, this pawn is going to drop off. This has actually happened. This is the current position. Black gives a check, but this is easily blocked by white's rook. And again, problems with the queen. It's almost out of squares. You only have, is it one safe square here? Okay, he's gone back to the only safe square, and now this pawn is indeed dropping. Note how the black rooks want to defend this pawn, but the white bishop has controlled this key square. So Pragg doing everything right. And if this pawn falls, I think he will be able to at least hold the game. The only bad thing about white's position now is the king slightly open still.
Is any result possible here?
Still anything possible. Magnus could convert this if he can keep hold of his pawn, but I don't think he will be able to. That's the problem. And if he loses this pawn, then suddenly white's bishop, as mentioned, better than the black bishop. Black's bishop just purely a passive piece right now.
You know, I really do like Pragnanda's position. And he's turned it around, in my opinion, because his bishop is better than the black's bishop. And this is what counts when it comes to opposite-coloured bishops. But Magnus, he's being resourceful as ever. You know, he's really trying to delay Pragnanda winning the pawn.
Look at this last move by Pragg. He is fearless, this teenager. There's actually a pin on the second row now, and we've talked about this in the past. Rooks on the second row for black, that's where they want to be. There's normally targets, there's pawns, there's kings to look at, but he doesn't care. He just steps forward with his king, leading from the front, and this king now is off the second rank, so this rook is once again released from the pin, and the threat is renewed of taking this pawn. And he's not scared of advancing his king, because at the moment, at least temporarily, there are no attacking pieces around it. And it's also guarded by a lot of pawns, this pawn, this pawn, this pawn, and the bishop's doing a great job as well of just keeping that white king safe. It's normally what we don't recommend, advancing your king so far forward with the queen still on the board, but it just shows Pragg, he knows when to break the rules, when to follow them.
All right. And Jürgen van Foreest, wow, a huge win for him against world number 3, Ding Liren, and important points as well for Van Foreest in the fight to qualify for the knockout stage. That must be a big win for him against one of the best players in the world. Just like it was for Pragg a month ago when he won against Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. Are we seeing in online rapid chess, with the black pieces, sorry, are we seeing in online rapid chess, David, more wins with the black pieces? I mean, you mentioned also Liam Le yesterday, 3 wins with the black pieces.
Yeah, I think so. There have been rounds in the past, actually, on the Champions Chess Tour, many black wins.
Yeah.
I guess the advantage of the first move is usually the fact you can choose your type of position, but in rapid chess, when things get a bit messy later in the game, white, black, it doesn't really matter too much. And, OK, meanwhile, Magnus, with the black pieces, trying to go on the counter. He's throwing pawns towards the white king. That's good. But first of all, he's also trying to annoy this white bishop, trying to kick it away from its strong square. So I'm expecting to see that bishop maybe retreat, but Pragg, OK, he does retreat. I was going to say, is he going to be ambitious, maybe move that bishop into the black half of the board? I think if he gets an extra move, he would love to line up this white bishop with the black king on the light square diagonal. And still in the balance, still anything can happen.
And both queens still on the board. Is that a sign they're both still ambitious in this game?
Yes, and talking of ambitious, Ivanka.
Yeah, it's just, I was thinking about it. I was wondering how I could concoct some kind of mating attack there. But Magnus doesn't even bother retreating the queen. He's like, you know, let's just give up a pawn, draw the king out onto the 4th row, and maybe the queen can retreat backwards with some time.
Wow, and actually there's a cunning trap behind this pawn move. It looks like black's just giving up a pawn for free, but let's keep an eye on the players. We might see a reaction. They're low on time as well. This pawn is poisoned. White should not get greedy and take it. If you take this pawn, you've actually walked, OK, firstly too far forward, but onto the same rank as your queen. So the queen and king are actually lined up, and black can play an amazing move now. He can break this bishop out of its cage. He can capture this pawn in the center of the board, because suddenly, if the bishop is taken, then the black rook slides back. And this is what we call a pin, kind of a skewer as well. The white queen has to give herself up just for a rook. So Pragg, he doesn't put his king and queen on this vulnerable rank. He retreats that king. And yeah, really well spotted there from the teenager once again, spotting all the danger and planting his king backwards. And OK, a couple of quick moves. The black rook trying to join the second rank. Remember, we talked about it. That's where the king is. But Pragg is saying, no, I'm blocking you out. And now he's lining up against the black king. Both kings under heavy fire. And black's king sidesteps as well. This one is really heating up. The evaluation bar going in Magnus's favour. I think it's purely because white's king now slightly more vulnerable than its counterpart, but still very tense. And this is the type of position the evaluation bar might swing. Just one move by either side, one careless move, it might go off in the other side's favour.
Yeah, I have to say, Magnus has played like a lion to keep his pawn on c3. I thought it was doomed. I thought it was going to fall off the board any minute, and instead he's found trick after trick to keep it on the board. And now it's not going to be captured at all.
Yeah.
I mean, because of the two rooks facing off against each other on the second row, and white can't even get greedy and could play bishop takes pawn because the second rook will come down to the second row and join in the attack. And things are just really going from bad to worse, I think, for Praggnanandhaa.
I think it's about the clock. We mentioned the time trouble. Yes, he's super sharp. Yes, he spots tactics very quickly, but he's just spent too long and he's in big, big trouble now. And Ivanka, have you spotted something?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, can you not play rook takes rook? Sorry, not check. Rook takes rook, and after rook takes rook, queen check, and then the queen can slide across and hit the two pieces.
You're right. I think we've just seen a huge blunder, a huge mistake from Pragg under time pressure. His king was leading from the front, but the king has had to just retreat. And yeah, there's an immediate win. I think we have to show this because Magnus can win on the spot with a series of actually quite logical moves, simple moves. Just trade the rooks off, capture these rooks. As Ivanka mentions, a check. No matter where the king goes, the black queen can actually come across now. The final move is the most difficult one to see, this last queen move, but it's simple. It's a double attack, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop, and one of these pieces will drop. The only way to save them both is to retreat your bishop to defend the rook, but this allows this monster to creep in, and this is a deadly check. Yeah, this one is just game over. It's check. You have to trade these rooks, and black is just going to promote this pawn on the next couple of moves.
Magnus has ticked under 30 seconds, 20 seconds left now. Do you think he's going to find that?
Yes.
If he follows the formula of checks, captures and threats, then he will find it.
He doesn't
but he doesn't find it.
And I think sometimes
look at the bar.
Yeah, top players, they're too busy calculating. I've been guilty of this myself many times. We calculate, but we forget to go for the simple. As Ivanka mentions, we forget to look for checks sometimes, or captures, or threats. We just rule them out because maybe they weren't good on the previous few moves. So that's why you have to remind yourself, check, capture, threat, every turn. He's attacking the white bishop with the black queen now from the side, but Praggnanandhaa, okay, he backs that bishop up with his pawn. I think he could have moved that bishop maybe safely, but okay, we see a check now on the diagonal. And
whoa!
Yeah, again, the white king just in too much trouble. Praggnanandhaa, no time, and he's on the defensive side. It's impossible to defend when you have 20 seconds left.
And now the black queen comes into the e3 square, and it's virtually game over. The queen is going to plonk herself on the g3 square, give the white king a check, and nearly quite a few of white's pawns will fall. And now it's just about introducing everyone to the party, I think.
Bring that dark square bishop into the game. Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Ivanka, you can give a check with the black queen first, but the dark square bishop does join that party. And this might be the final blow. Suddenly, black has 3, maybe even 4 attacking pieces. The black rook keeping an eye on the second rank. The black queen supreme in the centre of the board. The black bishop joining the party. And also, remember, the rook at the top of the board. If it can somehow dislodge that bishop, it's just going to be game over. So,
yeah.
Ooh,
a sad move from Praggnanandhaa when he just has to move his king around the board. It's not really what you want to do. You want to be attacking. You want to be using your rooks.
Yeah, and yeah, I praise that king march up the board, but I think Praggnanandhaa just not consistent, just not finding the right square for his king, and now he's just wasted too much time with it. And okay, there we go. Black is actually 2 pawns up now, and black has the attack. So finally, the tension is broken on the second rank. We do eventually see this rook trade, but that rook is replaced by a very strong pawn. And I think Praggnanandhaa is going to give up any moment. The black rook can actually capture the white bishop. I think that's game over instantly. There's maybe more simple ways to win. The black rook is the only piece left that needs to join in. And that will be it. Praggnanandhaa on the brink of defeat. Magnus, yeah, ruthless, and Kira, it came down all to that white king. You mentioned it 20, 30 moves ago. And that's why we've got to look for patterns if your opponent's king is loose. Okay, wow. Magnus there sitting back because he missed that his pawn could simply be captured. He's still winning, though, surely. He forgot that the white rook now covers the second rank. He thought he was giving checkmate next move with the black queen. just needs to calm himself, and as soon as the black rook joins in, yeah, it's game over. Still. He was lucky he made a blunder, a hallucination, and it didn't affect anything.
And look at that. Yeah. Shaking his head and smiling at the same time.
It's what I call a happy accident.
Yeah. Those are very rare in chess. I mean, if you make a bad move, that's usually very bad news.
They're more common than you think.
Yeah,
you know.
There we go. This is a skewer. The white queen is now just has to give itself up for this black rook.
Yeah.
Black rook defended by its bishop. And, okay, even more brutal. Magnus is going to take some pawns first. Next move, the black bishop's going to retreat with a deadly check. And there we go. We have a result. Pragnananda giving up.
Oh, and Pragnananda, he just logs off Magnus Carlsen, winning this game against Pragnananda. He never loses twice in a row to a player. And after Pragnananda won a month ago, Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces is the winner in this one. And David, how did he win it?
Magnus won it using his special style, his creativity, and actually we mentioned this pawn running down the board. It was actually this pawn that created all the problems for the white king. We saw how it was poisoned earlier, it was impossible to capture it, and this white king sitting on a dart square just became too vulnerable. It was actually in this position after the rook came across that I think Pragg missed his final chance. He should have retreated the king now. As we saw in the game, this bishop, once it advanced, was just too vulnerable. It was purely playing a defensive role, and I want to praise one move by Magnus. If your king is safer than your opponent's, usually you will win the game, and just taking a timeout, getting out of this diagonal was the killer blow. It's a silent move, but it's a deadly move. Just stepping out to the side, the black king here, safe as houses, and as we saw, Magnus missing a win with rook takes rook, but he found a way to get this black queen into the game, a different route. He simply retreated it, and after the white pawn stepped forward, he gave a check. Once this queen came in, it was just game over, as we saw.
Coming up in 14 minutes, Magnus Carlsen is going to face his World Championship second. Jordan van Foreest coming from a win against world number 3, Ding Liren. So he's going to feel confident, you guys. And after that game, we're going to challenge Kira in our Play Magnus Charity Challenge. Are you getting nervous, Kira?
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit nervous about that one. Yeah. It's so fast.
And I know you want to be, because we had your UNICEF colleague here the other day. He lasted 33,
I think, yeah.
So your goal is to beat him.
So I need 34, yeah, at least.
Well, you have an hour now to get ready for that charity challenge. Coming up in the next game, Magnus Carlsen against Jordan van Foreest. And actually, we were allowed to sneak along to the secret training camp that Magnus Carlsen had with his team in Spain about 1 month before the World Championship match in Dubai.
First of all, we have Peter. He's both the leader of the team and he's also the adult in the room. Sometimes, at least. He's also probably the only smart guy here. Then we have perhaps our most important member, which is Fres. He's been here ever since the first one in 2013. I mean, I wanted somebody French in the team. And Vacher Lagrave Bacro was not available, so it was this guy. And now I feel that he's kind of the glue in the group. Everybody loves. Everybody laughs with him. They laugh at him. He's done a great job for many years. Then we have Jan. He's the go-to guy for both medium culture and low culture references. And it's also pretty good at E5 as black and especially the Marshall. Jordan, also known as the new guy. In this team, he fulfills several roles. One is obviously punching bag in blitz games. No idea is too good or too bad to warrant his attention, which is very important. And then finally, of course, we have Daniel, who is, I would say, with Jordan, it's not as distinctly young, but he still has a bit of the same curiosity, although he has become a bit more selective and a bit more conservative and solid with the years.
Are we still talking chess?
Yes. And there's a clear dynamic, so if there's a creative idea, it comes from one of these two guys. If it's a boring idea, it's Press. If it's a good idea, it's Jan. And if it's a crazy idea, it's probably Peter. But eventually, Daniel's ideas, with some of the help of the others, become good, and Jordan's ideas remain to be seen, but probably will be good as well.
And we're joined by the glue in Team Carlsen, Laurent Bressinet, Grandmaster. Can you relate to that? Magnus calling you the glue in his team.
Yeah, well, it's nice to hear, yeah, of course. But as you could, because you were there, and as people can see in that video, there is a very nice atmosphere in the team. And that's always a pleasure to see that video. Thanks for showing me this before coming.
Yeah, it was so nice to see the atmosphere, and I was wondering, is it a show for the camera, or is it actually like that on a 2-week-long training camp? Is it that much fun and smiles and also chilling and having fun together?
Yeah. It's exactly like that. Yeah, we didn't play anything. No, I mean, it's very important. I think it's what said Daniel after this. That for Magnus, I think the atmosphere is very important, and we have a team which is quite stable. I was there for all the matches, but most of the people there was there for most of the matches. So I think Magnus needs to have a great atmosphere in the team, and needs to like the people he's working with. It's very important for him.
Definitely. And well, as you mentioned, you've been there actually for all the 5 World Championship matches. What was special about the Dubai match?
It was quick.
Yeah.
He won very quickly. In a way, it reminded me the match in Chennai, where Magnus took a solid lead very early on. The last couple of matches were very tough against Caruana and Kajakin. But that time, the first few games were very stressful. But then when Magnus won this epic Game 6, then we felt, okay, this match, there is a good chance that Nepo is going to collapse, and we're not going to play the 14 games.
Would you say it's one of the most successful team performances, opening preparations that you've been a part of with Magnus?
It's hard to say. I think in general, they are also a good team, and I cannot say we are winning, that Magnus is winning because of his team. I think the teams were about equal in openings, but then we just got the better player, which kind of helps. We saw this Game 6. He won after more than 8 hours, if I remember well, 130 something moves. So that was just Magnus doing the major part of the job, obviously.
Yeah, what a crazy game. And you stayed in Thailand for the match. I think we actually have a picture of you together with the team. So what was the days like for you guys? Because it looks very nice.
It was actually very nice, and we had a bit of holidays after the match. Because we were planning to stay one more week because the match ended a bit early. So we didn't have to work during the night. And I used to work during the night during the first few matches, but it's not great. I mean, you get, it's okay the first week, but then you get tired. If things are not going well, let's say like against Kajakins, then you get a bit depressed. And when you see that picture, you can just sleep at normal hours, because then his game is over, then we can just go to sleep, then we get the instruction in the morning for him, but for us, I mean, like in the evening for him, but in the morning for us. So this is good. We have a good a normal working day, working hours. So we have to go there, like, let's say, we went there with Jan-Krzysztof 1 week before to make sure everything is okay with internet. You know, we are working, of course, with a remote machine and trying to get the jet lag, you know, okay. I mean, to get used to it. But apart from that, everything there is just amazing, actually.
Yeah. And now, of course, the new video series that you have made together with other team members, The Road to Dubai, is out exclusively to Chess24 premium members. So what can people expect when watching this video series?
It's actually very interesting to talk to Peter because he was in Dubai during the match, and with Jan we were in Thailand with Dubov and Jordan. So you can expect that we are discussing. Of course, we are discussing a lot during the match, but it's not the same to be together or not to be together. So you have to you have the team, the working team. Let's say, of course, Peter was also working. The opinion of the working team in Thailand, and also the atmosphere inside Magnus team in Dubai, where, of course, Peter was always with Magnus. So you have two different perspectives. And I think it's very interesting. We also disagree mainly on Nepo strategy. I mean, we had some disagreement, but overall we agreed that his chances anyway were not probably great.
Fantastic. And Laurent, now he's going to face Jordan van Foreest. You're going to comment on that, so of course, in the French stream, I guess.
Today is my free day, actually. It's my only free day, so I'm not going to. But it's really interesting. And as Magnus said in the video you just showed, it's true that Jordan was the punching bag, in the Blitz game. So I guess he will try to score something, at least.
Fantastic. All right, Laura, enjoy your free day, and thank you for joining us here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, well, here's a teaser of what you get from the fantastic video series about the road to Dubai, made by Magnus Carlsen's team.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
A very interesting video series about Team Carlsen and their work for the World Championship match in Dubai. And his team was Jordan van Foreest, and Magnus is now going to face Jordan in the upcoming game. Here are the results from round 9. Richard Rapport won the game against Hans Niemann. Tevin Navarra on fire yesterday and also winning this game against Lei Ting-ji. Jordan van Foreest coming from a huge win against world number 3 Ding Liren. Liam Le, he is winning everything in this tournament. His 7th win so far against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Impressive. Vidit, an important win for him to have a chance to qualify for knockouts. And as we saw, Magnus Carlsen won his game against Pragg. So now these are the standings. Liam Le still on top of the table. Magnus Carlsen now 4 points behind him in 2nd place. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda still on 16 points in 3rd place. Outside the top 8 currently, Vidit, Pragg, and Erik Hansen, a few of the players who will need points to get inside top 8. And let's take a look at the games coming up in round 10 out of 15. So not many games left to qualify for knockouts. Hans Niemann against Vidit. Erik Hansen is going to play against Gawain Jones, who's having a very hard tournament. Dingley Ren coming from a loss now against David Anton. But we're going to follow Magnus Carlsen against, well, you called Jordan van Foreest the punching bag in that team. David, what should we expect from this game?
Yeah, it's harsh on Jordan van Foreest to call him a punching bag, because we know he's a great player. He helped Magnus so much in that match, and he did win Vaikanze last year, beating Anish Giri, of course, in that playoff. So Jordan, he's dangerous, he's dynamic. If he gets the initiative, if he can get the attack, the wind in his sails, then he's one of the best players in the world, but still maybe a bit inconsistent, and his endgame's still needing a bit of work. So Magnus, a big favourite, of course, with the white pieces, but Jordan, don't write him off.
And why do you think he was in Magnus's team? What qualities did Jordan have that Magnus wanted in his team?
He's creative, he's young, enthusiastic, and he's willing to think outside of the box and come up with new opening ideas. I mean, we saw it actually on the tour last year when he played against Wesley So in the knockout sections, and there he won some games in almost 20 moves using some new fresh idea that he brought to the table.
Yeah, every tournament he plays, Jordan brings something fresh, as Ivanka mentions. There's always some quirky idea, often involving sacrifices. And yeah, as mentioned, if he gets that type of position, his type of position, he'll give Magnus a difficult time. But Magnus, so universal, will be able to maybe guide things to quieter waters.
16 players getting ready for round 10 out of 15 here. We go with Magnus Carlsen, the white pieces, moving out his knight.
Yep, it's the Reti opening, as we call it, named after the Hungarian player Richard Reti. And Magnus actually used this already earlier in the Champions Chess Tour, earlier in the Charity Cup. Just a very quiet way of starting the game, very flexible, just keeping your pawns in the center back for now and throwing them down the board later, just depending on what your opponent does. First, white just getting ready to fianchetto the bishop, just creating a nice home for it. And actually, I don't want to talk about myself too much, but I did play Jordan van Foreest last year in the Mr. Dodgy Invitational. It was a blitz tournament. I played this opening against him every single time with white, just because his openings are too good. Here, you just survive the opening. It's actually very symmetrical, especially if black brings out his knight. It's almost completely symmetrical now, and you just get out of the opening, very stable position, and you go from there. Also, these two faced each other at the beginning of this year in a classical game over the board, and they had a very similar opening to this one, maybe even this exact position. So yeah, I think this is good strategy from Magnus, just taking things very slow at the beginning. No fireworks, because that would only favour the young Dutchman.
Yeah, and you're totally right. They're actually repeating their game from Tata Steel. And that game ended in a draw.
Okay.
And that was one of the most exciting draws I've ever seen. So not all draws are equal, not all draws are boring. That game that they had in January over the board, first Magnus was winning, then he was almost losing, then he was winning again, then he was almost losing. And it was a very deep kind of strategic battle.
Yeah.
So Magnus now just gaining space. This is his kind of trademark move, just gaining space on the queen side with his pawns as much as possible at an early stage.
Yeah, and it is an early stage actually to make that pawn move. I mean, it hasn't been played before, even though it is a kind of typical idea in this particular position. I mean, white wants to gain as much space as possible on the left side of the board, and Jordan reacting in a very thematic way, actually, just jumping into the centre with his knight. White has a few options. White can step forward with the king's pawn, reinforce the centre, can also develop the knight to the square in front of the queen, just challenging, putting pressure on black's central knight. And maybe he can use both knights, actually, can go to that square if he wants to be a bit clever. So those are the three main moves.
And it's funny because, until Magnus's last move, we were also following a game of mine against Laurent Fressinet, our guest from that break. So, yeah, I mean, this is...
The universe, you guys.
I know, it's this small bubble of Magnus Carlsen and all his friends just seem to have all... I mean, this is their battleground, basically. And also, I mean, we saw that video of Jordan helping, Laurent helping. I think it's an unwritten rule among friends, among people who study together. You don't play any opening you've discussed in the past, because that's kind of just that territory is off bounds. You just it feels a bit sneaky if you have studied something before together and then you use it against your friends. So I think Magnus just trying to get a position that they haven't really discussed together and going from there.
Yeah, this tends to be like the natural strategy when you've studied together. You just choose openings that you haven't worked on. And I remember there's a very famous story in the English chess community between two grandmasters who lived together. And they were playing each other in the British Championships, and they whopped out all the lines that they had studied. They made all the moves, and they agreed a draw at the end of it. And another grandmaster came and looked at what they played and was like, aha, so that's what you got prepared. And it was in the days before computers, and he found a hole in their preparation. He found a mistake. And when this grandmaster faced off against our two friends, well, he won.
Both of them?
Yeah, he won that one game, And and after that, they were like, these two friends were like, we are never, ever going to be revealing our prep to anyone. So, definitely don't reveal your secrets.
Yeah.
Chess players are sneaky, so best not to reveal too much to them.
Yeah. And I also just wanted to mention that even though, we are raising money for UNICEF, we still want to get enthusiastic about the chess. We still want everyone to join in the fun and the conversation. And so we really appreciate it when everyone sends us their questions, their thoughts, and even their selfies. And you can do all this by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And we will feature them on the show if they come at the right time.
And if you have a really cool costume at home, why don't take a picture of it with you in the costume? It would be, we need some humor as well. We need some good mood as well. We'd love to see you in your costume and the Tinky Winky costume. 2 hours left to make your bid. It's currently only on $111. So you could make a bargain for a very cool costume at the same time, of course. And most importantly, donating money to UNICEF, which is so important, you guys. This is the moment to help the people in Ukraine. And we have Kyrre from UNICEF in the studio here. We've been talking about the people, of course, at the border, so many people becoming refugees. But I'm wondering for the millions of people still inside Ukraine and where bombs are hitting, how are parents and people able to protect themselves and protect their children?
I don't know. I mean, it's. Of course, people go into the bomb shelters, right?
Yeah.
But I think one of the most important things now is that we also have to in a way demand that the war stops, and also we have to bring up the international humanitarian law, IHL, which is so important. IHL says that you cannot bomb hospitals, for instance.
Okay.
But we have seen more than 30 hospitals being bombed during the war now, and that is a break of international humanitarian law. So we need to talk about these things also, because hospitals are supposed to be safe places in a war.
And now they're not, and I guess for the UNICEF people on the ground, and also of course for children and mothers giving birth, that is just horrible.
It's horrible.
Yeah. So important, you guys, that we donate and help UNICEF help the people inside Ukraine. We do see some moves coming out. Are all pieces still on the board?
Yes. And usually we'd say that favours Jordan, just because he likes tension, he likes being able to be creative later in the game, and the more pieces, the better when it comes to creativity. But then again, right now, White does have a little bit more space if we look at the pawn structure. Maybe we can jump into the position just to show what's going through both players' minds. So Magnus, he's just manoeuvred his knight around. He used the side of the board, which we don't normally recommend, but the knight is heading back towards the centre. And if White gets one more move, he's actually going to bring his knight even closer to the centre, eyeing up this bishop, also putting extra pressure on Black's central pawn. And the reason White tends to have a tiny, at least practical advantage in these positions is because White holds the key to the centre. If you look at these two pawns, if you compare them to Black's pawns are slightly more passive. White is the one deciding whether to lock it up by pushing forward later, gaining a bit more space, or whether to trade and just maybe make things completely symmetrical. Black, meanwhile, doesn't want to be the one releasing that tension, because if Black ever trades the pawns, it would only help White to establish a strong central influence. So, yeah, right now, just this kind of lock and key tension in the center slightly favors White. Also, this pawn a bit more advanced than its rival over here. And Magnus likes these things for endgames. If it becomes a pawn race, his pawns are further advanced. So, meanwhile, Jordan, he would like to maybe release the tension in the center. I can imagine him bringing his rook across, bringing his queen out. Okay, he actually retreats his bishop. He's trying to force Magnus's hand. So he's actually putting some pressure on this pawn indirectly. So now he is threatening to win a pawn, but the bishop is a bit of a clumsy piece. It looks like it's just locked behind its own pawns now, and that's the second time he's moved it. He's spent a couple of moves now, and it's still a passive square. So I'm expecting Magnus to maybe just back up this pawn again with his knight, just to give it extra protection with the pawn and knight now, and still very, very tense. Personally, I slightly prefer White here, but anything can happen later on, and maybe Jordan's got ambitious intentions. This is what happened in their game in January. He started throwing pawns down the board towards the White king. So, yeah, very, very tense, and both players spending a couple of minutes so far. I'm expecting them to, because it's so cagey, spend even more time in this middle game with all pieces still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I was just going to point out, that there is a little bit of a trap in the position. White would also, a player like myself would love to push the pawn forward and get my little big clamp into operation. That's my favorite thing.
Not the clam, but clamp.
Clamp. Sorry, I'll stress
No.
But this move isn't really possible because you have a knight takes pawn on the board.
Knight takes pawn, and that utilises the fact that there's actually tension between these bishops. This central pawn for White is actually pinned. So if you go and capture this knight now, your dark-squared bishop will drop. And in the process, Black will have won a pawn. It's even better than that for Black because this pawn is weak, and the bishop pair in the process. So White can't lock things up. As predicted, he has centralised his knight. And now these two knights are just fantastic pieces. Black's knight as well is pretty good right now. But that being said, Black does have ways to undermine White's knight, firstly by maybe throwing this pawn down the board to try and kick it off its central square, or by utilising this bishop. This is maybe a riskier move because this bishop is on a great square already, as we showed just in that last variation. This is a great diagonal, but you could maybe bring your bishop to the side of the board and hint at capturing this knight. For example, if White just plays a quiet move now, then you could capture this knight, and White's pawn structure now is shattered. As we saw in the last game with Pragg against Magnus, often having these type of double pawns, it's okay for now, but long term, they could become weaknesses, and White's king would be slightly airy. And okay, I'm very surprised by this move, I must admit. Jordan normally plays towards his opponent's king, but here he hasn't pushed on the king side, he's pushed on the opposite flank. And he really hates this tension with the pawns here. He's trying to force White to make a decision. It's all about this guy right now. The pawns just staring down at each other. And if we do see a trade, for example, of pawns on this left side, then at least now pieces are starting to come off. And when you have a space disadvantage like Jordan has, even if it's tiny, trading pieces does help. It gives your pieces more space to work with.
So, Kiddo, when you play in the challenge after this game, will it be a strategy to keep pieces on the board? Is that a good strategy to last as many moves as possible?
I think I'll try to make a bit of a defensive position. So I'll play the Reti probably and castle up and hide in the corner as long as I can. Yeah, no, because it is about lasting as many moves as possible.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, we have had one winner in that challenge. 2 minutes on the clock, it's almost impossible. Ginger GM, Simon Williams, was able to win. And David lasted 72 moves.
Oh, I lost though. I had quite a bit of time left, but I just put my rook on a square and it just got captured. Not my finest moment.
It's good to hear, actually, that it can happen to you.
Yeah, it can happen to anyone.
It happened to me as well, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Good.
So
2 minutes is not a long time.
My advice to you is just to make as many moves as possible.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I would
It's not about winning, because you only have 2 minutes. You don't have increment.
Yeah.
It's just about getting those moves out and, trying not to get checkmated.
Speed is good, and also play Magnus, the app, it does create a lot of threats. So just think, after they've made a move, what's the purpose? If there's something threatened, move it, defend it. If not, then you can just, as you mentioned, this this kind of structure around your king, perfect. You'll last a long, long time.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
You know, I like to play this one, as he has done now.
So you like closed positions with lots of pawns on the board?
If I'm uncertain about the opponent, it's a safe way to start.
Oh, good point.
But a few of my mates, of course, I know how they play, right? So I'm quite offensive. I attack immediately. Yeah.
Do you have like chess nights with your friends? Like we know, poker nights is a normal thing. Do you guys have like chess nights?
Not as often as I would like to.
Kids need to grow older. Then you can have the regular chess nights.
Yes, exactly. And also I need to bring them to the chess club so I can actually play more.
Yeah, definitely.
I can tell you, chess nights are very popular in northern Norway. I played a tournament in northern Norway, and I had a lot of people come up to me and said, "Oh, you wrote a book on the Karakana." I was like, "Yes, I did." And they said, "We've discussed it many times in our chess nights."
Oh.
They had many people who were fans of the Karakan, fans of the book, and then there were others who were not fans, and they were discussing between them. They were like testing out with computer analysis, and I was like, wow.
Nice.
Wow, this is really hardcore. But this is how you get better at chess. And have those chess nights.
Yeah.
Just order some pizzas in if you like pizzas.
Yeah.
And then have as much fun as possible studying the game.
And wine is allowed too, you guys. I would have that. But I mean, that must be the thing, right? Regularly playing, and not only maybe online, but actually making it a social thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, it's much nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah, to sit with friends. But of course, you shouldn't have too many beers. That's very important.
Of course.
Because then you don't remember anything from what you learned actually
Yes.
that evening.
And of course, you want to win. Now, when you play with your friends, I know, these guys playing in tournaments, so much anger when they lose or play bad moves. Will you get angry when you lose, or is it just a nice thing to be with your friends?
It depends. If I lose because I make a mistake, then I actually get a bit angry.
Yeah.
I'm a relatively bad winner and bad loser. So, because I do gloat and I get angry. So
It's so great to hear that even the great people from UNICEF have some bad qualities.
Yeah. I have to say, one great thing about chess is that the rules are fairly defined and there's no room for argument. Because I do know that my husband and his friends, they play some card game, I think it's called Dominion or something, and there's a lot of arguments about the rules. With chess, you can't do that. It's all about the moves that you make.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. You lose because of yourself, not because your opponent did something.
Yeah. But then you become so naked as well. It becomes so obvious, right?
Yeah, it does reveal your strengths and your weaknesses. And meanwhile, there have been a load of moves on the board, and there's been some tension clarified on the left side.
Yeah, so we did see a trade of pawns, the first material to leave the board. So now there is at least one open line on the B file. Meanwhile, Black did bring his bishop to the side, as we mentioned, just hinting at the idea of capturing one of the white knights, but that white knight in the middle has been defended. And okay, we're seeing a dance of the bishops. Black's bishop came forward, White's bishop retreated, the black bishop's retreated. Now will White bring his bishop back where it came from? That will be the second time we've seen this position. I don't think Magnus wants to repeat 3 times and go for the draw. I think he wants to find maybe a different move to maintain the tension. And just by the speed that Jordan went for that, I'm slightly surprised. Maybe he thinks he would be happy to get out of here with a draw. He is black against the world champion after all, but Magnus, it does give him a chance now to maybe improve one of the white rooks. I'm looking at both rooks. They could be improved. And okay, he brings his bishop out instead, connecting his rooks at least, but it's to a more active square than it sat on previously. And will that dance of the bishops continue? Will Jordan's dark square bishop come out back to the edge of the board to hit White's knight in the centre on the E3 square?
I think he has to do something like that because otherwise...
he's just helped Magnus improve his position.
Exactly. He's given Magnus a free bishop move. And that's not ideal. And I'd have to say, I do love it when the viewers at home send us their pictures of where they're watching the show from. And we have Cosmon, who is watching from Lisbon Airport, waiting for our flight. I love that. And so a big hello.
Yeah.
Hope you make your flight. Looks like you're in good time. And enjoy the travel destination wherever you're going to.
Yeah. Oh, and nowadays, you can probably keep watching on the plane as well, which is nice. Great way to spend a long flight, I would say.
Yeah.
Would it be important to secure the B line here?
Yes.
The white rook to secure the b-line, for instance.
That's a really good point. And actually, it's Black's move right now, but I think it will become a fight for this b-line. Black's rook would love to occupy these, or at least control these squares. And likewise, if Magnus gets one move, I think it's pretty definite that he's going to plant his rook here. For example, if Black just takes a timeout on the other side, doesn't really improve his position too much, then White would love to occupy and maybe even try and enter Black's half later in the game. I think he would love to maybe team up his rooks as well. Plant this rook behind the queen. For example, again, if Black continues not doing much, then we could see the rook come across and White is able to open not just the b-line, but the c file as well. We mentioned this lock and key situation. White can open things up by capturing in the center. So again, imagine a situation where White controls these two files. It's just going to be one-way traffic here. White controls too much. So that's why I think Jordan is thinking. He's pausing right now because he's wondering how to fight. If he does bring his rook across, I think he's just going to get challenged anyway. And this tension here, it just depends who that favors. The problem for Black as well is that the queen would love to jump forward in order for this rook to enter the game. But if the Black queen ever moves, for example, comes out, then it would drop this pawn. The Black queen is kind of stuck where she is because this White bishop is so strong. So actually, in this position, we didn't see Jordan continue the dance of the bishops, trying to hit this knight. Instead, we saw him retreat his own knight, partly blocking this bishop, as we mentioned, but partly putting extra pressure. He really wants the tension to end. He wants White to commit this pawn, to push it forward, or to trade. And, OK, I just have a feeling Magnus might just try and capture this knight, because now Black's pawn structure will be compromised. For example, we see another trade here. These are weak. These are isolated and doubled. And Magnus, he's really kind of attuned to the opponent's pawn structure. Here, long term, these pawns are going to be a real burden for Black. So the current position is this one. Maybe Magnus will take this knight, or he could possibly delay it a bit longer, and maybe he'll just give up this pawn, because if you bring your rook across, for example, as you mentioned there, in order to capture this guy, Black actually needs to make some trades and would only end up with weak doubled pawns anyway. So, for example, now White can march forward in the center. White can maybe bring his knight out. We mentioned this fianchettoed bishop. It doesn't look great. It looks like a purely defensive piece in the current position, but suddenly it could well come to life on this diagonal. It has some targets now. So really tense, but it is all about this pawn, first of all, whether White wants to move it or allow it to be captured, and then the open files. And yeah, it's still very tense, but things slightly turning in Magnus's favor, maybe because Black's starting to retreat pieces on every turn, and Magnus might be the first to occupy good squares with his rooks.
I was just counting pieces. How many are there?
It's all of them on the board. There've only been one set of pawns traded each.
Yeah. What, in 17 moves? How rare is that?
That's pretty rare. I think I once played a game that was 30-40 moves before the first pawn got exchanged, but that is almost once in a lifetime type of thing. So,
wow.
Yeah, here it's just the nature of the position. This is exactly the strategy that Magnus went for. That's why we talk about White having the advantage, because as White you can choose open Sicilian, really aggressive, or you can choose the Reti, just maybe slower, passive game. And yeah, not that passive here for Magnus, but he really wants to do something. I think they will get the itch. As we pass move 20, both players will want some action.
Yeah.
In rapid chess, you can't just maneuver forever. You need to do something.
Yeah. And one thing I wanted to say with so many pieces being on the board is that often this encourages the players just to use up the time on the clock, because they're thinking about every single possibility. There's lots of pieces to activate. There's some potential captures. I mean, and you have to think about the best plan. And again, like David mentioned, it's very difficult with this tension, and it keeps increasing, and often one player will crack, like you said, and that's it. The position will heat up. And David really summed it up, like my chess, you know, move 35, that's when everything hits the fan, and normally I have no time on the clock. And this is when blunders happen. But I mean, yeah, just wait for it. This is just a storm brewing in a teacup, as we say.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made the analogy a couple of days ago. It's like a staring contest. Both of them are just staring at each other. Neither really wants to break eye contact or kind of flinch first. So, yeah, who's going to blink first? Is it going to be Magnus?
Actually, I got a tip from Askild, which is a great chess player as well, once, that you always want your opponent, so this was a tip for beginners, have your opponent make the first trade. take the first piece, especially with the pawns, because then maybe, you know, he's the one forced to have the doubled pawns, for example.
Yeah. They're the first ones to maybe give ground.
Yeah.
They also have to spend time doing that. They have to spend the first move doing that, so you have a move before to maybe get yourself ready for the tension to break. So yeah, in general, make sure every capture or every trade is on your terms.
Yeah.
Make sure that when you recapture, you improve your position, or that your opponent worsens their position when going for that trade.
Yeah. And plus, at my beginner level, I start if they're not taking my piece. You know, I get so insecure. Wait, why are you not taking this piece? What am I missing? And then I spend all my time.
Yeah. I once played a kind of pairs chess game with. You kind of play with partners, alternate moves. You were there actually, Kaja, and we play with beginners, and the opponent put the queen on a square. It could just be taken for free. And they didn't take because they were following that rule. They were thinking, okay, I shouldn't make the first capture. It must be a trap.
Yeah.
Taking a free queen, it must be a trap. So, okay, meanwhile, a couple of moves. White's rook actually brought itself to the center. That's surprising, not occupying the open file. I think occupying the open file would have been by far the most natural choice there. Instead, White's rook came to the center, maybe in anticipation of things kind of blowing open in the center, all the pawns getting traded. But then Jordan, he's maintaining the tension, just pushing a pawn. And, okay, the action has started.
It's
Magnus.
going, yeah. It's beginning. Look at that white knight is in the center of the board, and it's also in Jordan's territory. And I think that was a reaction, actually, to Jordan's last move. It looked like a really innocuous move, just to make some air for the king. But in actual fact, it could have been signaling something very sinister under the surface. It could have been signaling my favorite thing in the world, a pawn storm. Maybe he might not have done it, but yeah, just pushing those pawns forward. And Magnus has said, right, I'm not waiting for this. I want to do something. And now Jordan has a question, you know, is he going to capture the knight? Unleash the rook sitting on the D1 square? Is he going to, and suddenly there's an incredible amount of tension on the pawn. I don't think you can play this at all. This knight is just not touchable. Another move is to defend the pawn that's under attack, and that's what Jordan has done. He's defended the C6 pawn.
Yeah, so he's brought his rook across, but okay. Yeah, now Magnus has captured this black knight, and I think we're going to see some trades here. And look at this, Magnus is just simply going to play strategic chess, positional chess after this capture. No matter which way black takes back. Okay, he actually takes back with a bishop. Now we see a trade of pawns, and this pawn structure I mentioned. Okay, we don't see a trade of pawns. I was going to say white is just going to move the queen, and these two pawns are just going to drop off. You look at this guy; it's attacked once, twice, 3 times. And instead, anticipating this, Jordan has actually sacrificed a pawn. Automatic recapture, I assumed, would happen, but no, he pushes forward. And this is really clever, actually, from the Dutchman, because now he's opening up his bishops. And I think we'll see Magnus start shaking his head, because now, after a trade here, all of black's pieces have improved their quality. This bishop hitting this pawn, this bishop kind of got its laser vision along this diagonal, and also the black rook becoming super active. So Jordan, we talked about how he likes to sacrifice pawns. He's been working with Daniel Dubov, remember?
Yeah.
As part of Magnus's training camp. Dubov, the ultimate pawn sacrificer. And suddenly, black has the better pieces. And look at that, the evaluation bar all in black's favor. Look at this, the black bishop's coming to life. Black winning the pawn back. This one has turned completely. Magnus has lost control. And wow, Magnus has even sacrificed material. He's just given up his rook for a bishop. And wow, I think Jordan might win this game. If you do a quick count, black has a rook for just a knight and a pawn. So knight and a pawn worth 4, the rook worth 5. And it's not just that, but look how many open lines the rooks have. Black's rook is going to swing across to a completely open file. The queen and rook on a completely open file. Wow, Magnus just, I don't know what's happened to him there. I can't really explain it. He just underestimated the force of black's bishops. Wow. This bishop as well. Look how open it is on this whole diagonal. Look how blocked white's bishop is staring at its own pawn. So this one is very one-sided now.
And apparently some big reactions on Magnus while these moves were happening. Look at this. Frustrated. What is that about, David?
I think he, just like me, he missed that pawn move earlier. He just assumed that there would be a recapture where white would have been in complete control. But instead, Jordan just gave up a pawn in order to open up his pieces, improve the quality of his pieces. And that was the reaction we saw. Magnus just annoyed at himself for missing that one move. It was an easy one to miss. I think I missed it as well. But yeah, either way, he has high standards. And OK, he's at least speeding up now. He's trying to put pressure on the clock. but white's knight has to retreat to a really sad square just to avoid being captured by black's bishop. Black can even bully white now that he is ahead on material. He can offer these trades constantly, and white's going to have to run away from them because white's bishop and knight will not be able to compete against the black rooks later in the game.
Black's pieces are just overwhelming, and doesn't really help that the two rooks have these beautiful lines, and especially they can go on to the second row.
Yeah.
Bad news for Magnus.
That's the thing, it just turns in one move. And,
it was like a collapse, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was almost like when we saw that video footage of Magnus, like it was almost like he made a mouse slip or something. Something went wrong, and just he was so frustrated with himself. I mean,
maybe we'll have to ask him later what the reaction was about. I didn't see any mouse slip.
No, I would just went through.
Blunder.
There was no way that he could have done a mouse slip, but it was just like, such frustration. And wow.
And we have, Ty, the stats guy, actually before this round sent a message saying that because Jordan van Foreest won against Ding in the last round, that Jordan van Foreest had a better chance to qualify for knockouts than Ding Liren. And beating world number 3, do you think he's now going to also beat world number 1?
He's got to be a big favourite. If Jordan doesn't win from here, he will be beating himself up just about it. I mean, this is not just a big advantage, but it's very one-sided traffic. Look at white's knight. It's had to kind of contort itself, plant itself on the side of the board purely on a passive square. White's pawns, you don't want to throw them forward. You can't push them because you just weaken yourself. The black rooks are starting to take control. And, OK, white's queen as well, a bit offside on the edge of the board, not really helping out. I think, I would be shocked if Jordan doesn't win this one, to be honest. The only hope for white is that maybe he can swap off the queens, swap off one set of rooks, and hold what we call a fortress, where he just covers everything, especially with his bishop on the light squares, and he just hopes and prays that black can't break through. White does have a pawn advantage after all, so it's going to be hard for black if queens and rooks do come off to maybe create a passed pawn later in the game to win the endgame. So, OK, meanwhile, white's still a long way from salvation here. And black's rook, as we mentioned actually in a previous game, on the second rank, that's where the targets lie. Look at all the pawns, look at white's king and knight.
Yeah. I think white's only chance is just to be really obstinate and just defend, and just frustrate Jordan and just try to provoke a rash reaction. So maybe Jordan's like, where's my breakthrough? Why am I not winning this? And maybe, Jordan can give back material or something just to clarify the position. And there, Magnus put his queen to the 8th row, and Jordan just simply retreats his bishop. Because there is no clear-cut way, right, how to break through. It's just about improving.
Yeah, just maximise the black rooks, maximise the black queen and bishop, and then look for the breakthrough. But I was going to say, Magnus's move, putting the white queen on the top of the board, that's the type of move that's intended to scare the opponent, but it's much more effective in over-the-board chess when you move your queen deep into their position on the board. But in online chess, you realise, actually, the queen's not really doing much there. It doesn't visually look so scary, and white's queen just hitting pawns that are easily protected.
And now the queen's cut off from the defence of her king, so nice move from Jordan there.
Yeah, and I think his next move is nearly automatic. Black's king is just going to slide across to the dark square, because dark squares are where black is most solid, and black's king will be very safe next to its pawns. Meanwhile, at least Magnus is activating his knight. I'm not so sure I like the fact that that has been allowed. But then again, the knight maybe can just be locked out of the game later on. Meanwhile, as predicted, black's king on a dark square. If your opponent has a light squared bishop, just put your king on a dark square just to frustrate them. It will never really be in trouble. And OK, the white knight has at least broken free. Knight's in the centre. I mean, it's much better now than it was 3 moves ago. So how will Jordan react to this? I think he's going to put his rooks on the 2nd rank.
That's for me the most natural move. And
both of them, yeah,
just put both of them on the 2nd row. And Jordan decides, no, that white queen is just a little bit too annoying, so he chases it away.
So the white queen back where it came from. The black rook now under fire from white's knight. So that will move. You can gain even more time against the white queen if you want to.
It's tempting, isn't it? Attack her one more time. And this time, instead, Jordan decides to ask white, wait, you want to trade rooks? White probably will say, no, thank you.
I think...
Or maybe you have to, actually.
Okay, why do you have to here, Jovanka?
Because I'm slightly worried that black might be able to, at some point, double the rooks along the bottom row.
And you have to be really careful here as Magnus Carlsen, because that's exactly where black is trying to break through. On the second row, it looks nice, but white's bishop is actually covering a lot of squares, covering some important pawns. And maybe we can show this, because I think Jordan has finally found a winning plan, or at least he's hoping that this is a winning plan. As mentioned, this rook is protected, so you don't necessarily need to trade yet. But at some point, the rooks will come off, and this is where black is trying to break through on the first rank. The rook is going to come down, and you're going to sneak behind the white king to try and deliver checkmate. For example, if the white queen tries to counterattack, whoops, it's too slow, it's too late. Black now is the one who's just going to sneak behind, and it's going to be checkmate very, very shortly. So, yeah, it's all about the first rank. Can white hold his ground? It doesn't look that way, because no matter what, black's rook is about to enter. And using this teamwork, white's rook alone cannot hold the fort. It's looking very grim for Magnus Carlsen. So he does trade, and now he has to be very, very careful of this idea of the rook coming down. And, okay, has he moved? No. It looks like this move is a monster threat right now.
Wow, what an interesting round this is heating up to be. Richard Report has already won his game against Lighting G. Eric Hansen is looking really good for him against Gwaine Jones, who is really struggling in this tournament. And look at that, Hare Krishna, the bar all the way over to his side in the game against Liam Le. So Liam could be about to have his first loss in the tournament. He's played fantastic so far. Oh, but the bar just went down. Maybe he can save that draw.
Oh, it means it's a sharp position, potentially, or maybe not. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, one of the great things about Hare Krishna is that he made a pledge on Instagram that he was going to be donating 10% of his winnings to the UNICEF fund.
Yeah, fantastic by Hare Krishna. And I also know other players are donating prize money to the UNICEF cause. We are currently on more than $50,000. We have set the aim to $75,000. Would be great to make that today or tomorrow. Please, with anything you can contribute with, please donate to help UNICEF, help the people in Ukraine. So important that we come together. All right, so moves, David. Do you think Jordan will win this now?
Looks likely, and there's actually a checkmate in one threat on the board.
Wow.
Black's queen wants to zoom across actually to the corner square, the H1 square, and that would be checkmate. The white king would be trapped, and the rook protects the black queen. So white's king has to move out the way, using the white bishop as a defender on the light squares, covering that corner square now with the white bishop. And also, if there are any checks, the white bishop maybe is able to drop back and block. So white's king finding a safe haven temporarily on the edge of the board, on the light square, but long term, it looks like that king shouldn't really survive. Black's queen can give an annoying check right now. Actually, if you could kind of switch the queen and rook over, maybe Jordan will try and spend a few moves doing this. If you could switch the order of the black queen and rook, the black rook would be able to go and sacrifice itself in the corner, and the black queen would follow up, delivering the checkmate later on. So it's just about arranging that type of idea. Maybe at some point the black bishop will actually join in and sacrifice itself for a pawn just to open things up around the white king. There's no immediate win. There's no immediate breakthrough. So Magnus, I mean, we've all been there, right? We've all made mistakes, blundered, got losing positions. He's just trying to be tenacious and making it as difficult as possible for Jordan, especially now that they're both around the 3-minute mark. We could still see a turnaround. If black is careless, then the white knight might jump forward. The white queen has actually got some attacking purpose. So here I would probably just give a check with the black queen just to see what white has in mind, but he retreats the whole way up the board, giving a different check, different angle, and the white king now will retreat.
Yeah. I'm not sure I like this move, actually. I mean, I know it's a nice move, nice safety first move, but I kind of thought it would be a good idea to ask the white queen a question. She's quite well placed on the A7 square, defending and attacking at the same time. Would I like to kick her out?
Yeah, so maybe the black rook could go to the corner, kick her out vertically.
And then initiate my plans.
Yeah, the black rook could retreat, but you kind of want the rook on the first rank anyway. That's where you're going to make your breakthrough eventually. I just don't like the fact that the white knight now is actually well placed, because the white knight defensively doing well and has some aggressive intentions. I think Jordan could have maybe reached this type of position, but with white's knight still passive as it was earlier.
And ticking under 3 minutes, Jordan van Foreest, he seems like he's itching to find a great move, maybe heading into an endgame.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's slightly frustrated with his position because it does feel like he's super close, but it's not close enough because, as David's pointed out, the White Knight is perfectly positioned. It's it's a great universal piece, both offensively and defensively. Also, the same goes with the White Queen, and this just means that the job is still not done. The game is not going to win itself. Jordan still has to play good moves, and he decides that the Queen is bothering him, so he wants to offer a trade. There's no way that Magnus will accept that trade.
I don't know if
you think he will?
I mentioned 5 minutes ago, I think White's dream scenario is just taking the queens off the board and hoping that it's a fortress. I don't see any breakthrough there for black.
Okay.
And there we go, he takes the queens off. I think maybe you could have kept the queens on. It's still not clear how black was going to win and how black was going to checkmate, but this is a good practical chance. With opposite colour bishops as well, White can hold the light squares. White will definitely be able to hold the light squares. And how is black ever going to create, firstly, a passed pawn? How is black ever going to trade things off? It's not possible with opposite colour bishops. And how is black going to get his king active? It's going to take an age for black's king to get anywhere to help the rest of its pieces. So, OK, black's rook just sitting on an annoying square, first of all, keeping an eye on a couple of pawns. But now Jordan, he was frustrated earlier with the queens on the board, finding a winning plan. I think he's going to be even more frustrated now. He can try for the next 50 moves, but he's still an age away from creating any kind of disturbance to the white pieces. And also, the White Knight, if you ever kick it away, pushing a pawn, the White Knight will jump into some even better squares. So.
Well, the bar is still liking it for Jordan van Foreest. I guess this is quite hard to play, though. And, well, Kira, how are you with endgames? Do you often get to the endgame?
Yeah, and I like them the best.
Oh.
Yeah, if I have good time. Because that's when I feel challenged. That's when I can think. I'm a bit stressed when there's too many pieces.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's too much to think about. So a situation like this, I would love.
And then,
good man after my own heart.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, getting the pieces off so you don't have to think about too much at all times. But then again, having some time on the clock to actually think about what to do. And Magnus is laughing here. What is that about? He often does that. And does he often play bad moves after that, David?
Yeah, we've noticed the pattern. Yeah. Magnus often struggles after he's been eating noodles, as we've seen, and after he laughs to himself. There's often a mistake coming after that, maybe just losing a little bit of focus.
Highly unofficial, what do we call it?
Analysis.
Analysis by us, yeah.
We haven't checked out the stats. We just admire him laughing. And, feeling. And, OK, meanwhile, maybe he's been laughing just because he thinks he's got away with it. Maybe he thinks he's got out of jail. But a long battle ahead. Note how White is just going up and down with the king. Magnus is going to try and do that forever because the White bishop can't move. The White knight is on it's on a decent square. And the one thing you don't want to do with White is push any pawns because actually that would just leave weaknesses behind. At the moment, White's pawn structure, they all defend each other. They're defended by their bishop. If you push pawns forward, the black bishop might be able to start targeting things.
Yeah, I think I figured out what he was laughing about. I think it's an inside joke. I mean, during the team, there's a lot of banter. Maybe there was some joke about, Jordan not being great at endgames or something. And so he's like thinking back to that, laughing.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Probably. And then, yeah.
I mean, there's only one punching bag in this endgame, though, and that's Magnus. So roles have reversed. And yeah, Jordan, I did mention just before the game as well, endgames, it's his one area maybe. I've played him a few times in classical chess over the board, and every time I've taken it into drier endgames, I've managed to win. He's held a couple of draws, but in that blitz match as well, every time I just tried to swap the queens as early as possible, and I was able to knock him out of that tournament. So endgames is his one area maybe. And still, I mean, this is a difficult endgame because it's not conventional. It's not a typical kind of pawn race with pawns racing up the board that you can calculate. It's not a typical position that you can just memorize because this is still, I mean, lots and lots of pieces on the board. I don't think either player has had anything similar to this in their careers. It's very much purely about the planning long term. Where does black's king want to be when he pushes pawns? Where does black's bishop want to be? Where does the black rook want to be as well? And well, okay, he does push a pawn. I just said, don't do this. And I'm wondering why. Maybe he thought he needed to do it eventually, but now the rook can come down to the second rank. all of white's pawns on the right half of the board now, they're on dark squares, so they are actually targets. This is surprising to me. But maybe he thinks the black bishop doesn't have any good kind of avenues now to annoy the white pawns, to attack the white pawns. And there's also no way forward for the black king.
Well, it's a deep analysis there, because I would not have pushed that pawn as well, because white's pawn structure looked so compact and so well defended by the light square bishop. Now it feels a little bit shaky, especially if a black bishop were to get to the e1 square, and this is why Magnus puts his king on the f1. But okay, black still has lots of plans. You know, he can mobilize the king. Another one would be, you know, just do a little bit of a journey and try to support a pawn advance.
Yeah, so 2 possible winning plans here for Jordan. This game's going to go on a long, long time, I feel. 2 potential winning plans. You mentioned one of them there, Jovanka. It's actually to retreat the black king, to actually plant it on this square. For example, if white waits, okay, he's not going for this yet, but if white waits, you plant the king here, and then eventually you start pushing your pawns, and slowly but surely, you want to connect the pawns so any pawn capture is met by another pawn capture. And again, if white waits, then suddenly, at least you're making progress. You're maybe going to trade a pawn, maybe going to dislodge this dislodge this white bishop. Lots of moves happening, but not changing the nature of the position. So let's just discuss the plans. So black could push pawns. This is plan 1. And then plan 2, the one I'm maybe slightly more attracted to, but is harder to achieve, if we go back to the current position, is to go on a bit of a king march. Okay, he's going for plan 1, I think. Bring his king to the side. You have to defend this pawn first before you push pawns. I was going to say, plan 2 was to go on a king march. You go round the whole way. You might have to take the long route round, but then eventually start creeping into white's position, maybe from the side, and use the king as another attacker. But it's not clear whether you could achieve that, whether you have enough time. And meanwhile, if we catch up with play, this is the current position. Note how the knight is just keeping an eye on these pawns. If you ever push them, for example, if white waits, if you ever push these pawns, then you just leave holes, here for the white knight to jump into. And okay, a maneuvering battle has commenced. We're going to be here. Do you think 100 moves, Jovanka?
Yeah,
It's
I think
move 58
so.
now.
I suspect that Jordan's going to go for plan 1, and when it doesn't work, he will now go for plan 2 and march the king on its odyssey and try to see how far up the board it will go. And then, if it doesn't get very far, perhaps agree a draw.
Never.
Never. Okay,
Fight for that win, Jordan. Yeah, I would maybe do it the other way around, because pushing pawns is more committal. Once you've pushed pawns, they won't retreat, they won't keep each other safe anymore. So I would maybe start by bringing the king the whole way around. If there's no way for the king to get in, then I would go back the whole way with the king and then push the pawns.
But then you might have reached move 50.
Oh, I'm not so sure. Chess is a long game. 50 moves is a long time. So, okay, meanwhile, rook's moving, king's moving. Also, Magnus did push a pawn on move 52.
Okay.
So if there are no more pawn pushes or captures for the next 40 moves, by the time we get to move 102, it's a draw. So he has 40 moves in order to arrange a pawn push. That's enough time. Even if he dances around with the king for a while. And there we go, the king's going, is it going the whole way around?
Here you go.
Here we go.
Clearly.
And he's using the dark squares, just avoiding any potential checks from the white bishop. And it's a long, long way to get into the heart of white's position. And even if the black king, if you could pick it up and put it maybe on the d2 square, it's still not attacking anything. So at least it's a plan to maybe annoy Magnus, disrupt his defensive formation. And here we go, Magnus just moving his bishop, not committing yet.
Okay, well, we'll see the king move a little bit. No, the rook improves itself to a dark square. Very safe.
Yeah, everything on dark squares is a logical setup for black. And Magnus is just going to sit and wait.
And look at Jordan, he can definitely feel the pressure. 1 minute and 42 seconds left on the clock. How big would it be for Jordan to win this game? I mean, has he ever beaten Magnus?
Off the top of my head, I can't recall a time that Jordan's beaten Magnus, at least in a tournament game. Maybe in their sparring sessions at training camps, he's won a few games here and there. But no, Magnus is still very much top dog, I think, in this rivalry. Jordan, maybe he's actually the bogeyman, the kind of kryptonite for Anish Giri. He's beaten him a few times in Vaikanze, but Magnus is a different kettle of fish. So I think a big, big game for Jordan, a meaningful one, if he gets the win.
All right. Well, good news for him. Magnus Carlsen is now thinking 1 minute. A bunch of games have ended. Richard Report has won his game. Eric Hansen won the game against Gawain Jones. And then 2 other games is also still going on. It's looking good for Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Ju Wen-jun. And the bar has been to Navarra's side all the time in the game against Pragg. But maybe the young Indian player is saving a draw in this game. We'll keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, and meanwhile, just one bishop move by Magnus. Not changing things too much. Jordan, moving his rook there. We are getting closer to that 100 move mark.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely. And the one problem for black is if he does bring his king the whole way round, if there's no way through, and if he has to bring the king the whole way back again, by then we might have reached move 80, 90.
Yeah. And Magnus is proactively stopping the king from marching because he's put his bishop in the eye line of the E8 square, which will be the square that targets the black pawns.
Yeah, and really sneaky here from Magnus. There is a bit of a, well, I won't say trap, but there is a trick. So he's offered up a pawn as bait in the centre of the board. Black's rook on the d-file can actually go up and capture white's pawn in the middle. But then the white bishop would just drop back 1 square. And once the rook moves, the white bishop's going to start taking black's pawns on the king side. Black's pawns all on light squares, if you notice. So maybe we can just show this on the board because Jordan, you saw him, just for a moment, he thought that Magnus had blundered. But this is too simple a position for Magnus to blunder. If black takes this pawn in the centre, then the bishop does... OK, he's done it. The bishop does drop back, and we're going to see a skewer here. And, OK, this is a rook check. The king now, is it going to move? Wow, we could see a really weird scenario. The king now, if it goes this way, black has time to defend his pawn with his king. If it goes this way, OK, this is really heating up now. The rook's going to come across and attack the white knight. Suddenly not so easy at all.
But could the rook get trapped?
There's chances the rook might get trapped. I mean, it's in no man's land right now. You could even see a situation where white even, for example, grabs a pawn and then, OK, he hasn't gone for this, and then just retreats with his bishop.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about.
The rook cannot actually move, but maybe black can break his rook out of jail by taking some pawns. So, OK, white's knight did move. Maybe Magnus tried to be a bit too clever. I was praising him, but in this position, his knight was under fire. He brought it forward. Now Jordan has kept his pawn safe. And suddenly black has won a pawn in the process. This pawn that in the centre of the board has just disappeared. Still some chances for white because these pawns are vulnerable, especially to the white bishop later on. But, OK, Jordan must be very confident about
serious leap forward, and it definitely will be affecting the flow and the momentum and also the psychology of the players because Magnus will be feeling that he's on a bit of a downward spiral.
And now this rook is under attack. Black just needs to move it somewhere safe, put it on a dark square. And again, the knight attacked. Suddenly, it's equal number of pawns, so black has made a huge leap.
Do you think he's winning now?
I think objectively, if it was 2 computers against each other, I think black would win.
Okay.
But this is very much a human game. So still some chances for white, and it's going to still take a long, long time for black's pawns to push. I think we've chosen the longest game of the round, maybe of the Charity Cup so far.
Wow.
And, OK, a check from Magnus. The black king is going to move, and I think Magnus's idea is to actually use the white knight and put it in the corner of the board, the h8 square, to go after some of black's pawns, because the one thing Magnus doesn't want to do is trade off his knight for the black bishop. Swapping pieces here would only make things easier for black. So black's king under check.
And where to move to, because the most natural square is to put it on a dark square, attack the knight. But when the knight goes to the corner of the board, it will move with check from that square.
That's exactly why Jordan's hesitating. And maybe he chooses a good square on a light square, so not ideal, but at least there are no knight checks in the near future. Valuation bar, though, not a fan. I think Magnus has to try and remove pawns from the board as quickly as possible, because if black gets organised now, it's just a matter of time, and he does go into the corner. And yeah, don't try this at home, anyone. Never put your knight in the corner unless you really, really have to, unless there's a specific purpose. But at least now black's pawns, they have been forced to step forward, so they are loose on the light squares.
But I do hope Kira tries out this tactic in his charity game. 73 moves here. That would be quite a big donation for UNICEF.
Yes, that would be.
So, OK, so what is it from this game that Kira can sort of take into trying to just get as many moves as possible on the board?
I think we've already discussed it. It's all about that safe king for white.
Yeah.
Keeping the white king safe in this opening structure, even if things go wrong like they have for Magnus. I mean, you can survive 75 moves maybe, get the queens off as well in general, if you're unsure. And just keep everything protected. That's what Magnus is doing right now.
And Jordan, the clock is ticking down, under 20 seconds, and he has to make a move. I mean, the great thing about his position is he can make some random pass moves like he's doing right now with the bishop.
Yeah.
And, so this bishop move doesn't really do anything, but it does have one tiny threat, and that is that the white king cannot move to the second row.
Yeah, so the white king has to stop the black bishop from coming behind the white pawns and starting to capture them. Then they'll just start falling like dominoes. So, the white bishop, meanwhile, hitting black's only pawn on the light square. And this is annoying for Jordan because he could block the attack of that bishop, but then once the bishop moves, black will have two. He does this. Black now has 2 pawns on light squares, though, and they're going to be hard to defend. White's knight now threatens to drop back and start attacking those pawns. Okay, the bishop forced to drop back itself. Suddenly, those pawns on the right side, they are vulnerable to white's bishop. Okay, it does feel like Magnus, as soon as he dropped that pawn earlier, he's been working his magic once more. He didn't go for the passive just sit and wait technique that we were advocating. He's actually trying to make things happen. He's trying to force the draw, maybe playing on Jordan's clock time.
And I just want to mention, you guys, a big result. Ju Wenjun winning her first game in the tournament against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Wow, I've been just looking at the bar in that game. It's been going from side to side. Eventually, Ju Wenjun getting her first win. That's great.
Excellent news.
Yeah.
And of course, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is a fantastic player.
Really
so
is.
It is a really wonderful result. I hope it's the start of a pattern for Ju Wenjun.
Yeah.
Would love to see her do really well.
And actually, the women's world champion there, she ended the game with checkmate. She checkmated Duda on the final move, trapping his king in the corner. So
we like it.
Great result for her. And okay, meanwhile, a big development in this game. We are seeing that trade. Earlier, I said the white knight definitely doesn't want to trade off for the black bishop, and usually that's the case, but now the white bishop is able to go for these black pawns. And this is why maybe Jordan should have tried to prevent, or should have tried to kind of restrain his own pawns, not put them on the light squares. And Magnus is starting to eliminate the material. If all of the pawns disappear, by the way, if white's 4 and black's 3 disappear, rook against bishop is a simple draw. Well, I say simple, still possible to lose it, but at this level, Magnus would be able to hold.
Ooh, he puts another pawn on the light square. I was a bit surprised by that one because I thought maybe a king would love to be on that square.
Yeah, really committal from Jordan. I'm not sure he's going to look back on that decision fondly, putting all of the black pawns now as targets for the white bishop. And Magnus, he's just fixed his bishop where it is. So now that bishop eternally is going to attack the black pawns. One of black's pieces, the king or rook, will be stuck defending them. And Magnus is just going to wait with his king forever. And there we go. It's the waiting game again. And Magnus leaning back. Body language, he thinks he's making the draw.
I honestly don't see a way forward for black because, the king is forced to keep an eye on the pawn on h5. The rook is not going anywhere by itself. It needs teamwork. And, of course, the rook is also tied down to the defense of the light-squared pawns. So I just think they're going to repeat moves.
Yeah, white is never going to run out of moves and reach something we call zugzwang, where every move white makes would worsen his position because he can wait with the king or with the bishop. And, this is the second time we've seen this position. We're about to get the draw. And there we go. Magnus miraculously holds.
And shaking his head, Magnus Carlsen, eventually, though, after being in big trouble, he saves a draw against Jordan van Foreest. He's now going to have 10 minutes break, these players, and then in 10 minutes we're going to follow the game between two players who has been on fire. Jordan van Foreest winning against Ding, having winning positions against Magnus Carlsen, and David Navarra, who has won 4 out of the last 4 out of the last 6 games, I think, on fire. It's going to be interesting to follow that game in 9 minutes. Now some focus on our fundraiser for UNICEF. UNICEF is working tirelessly on the border of Ukraine to help the refugees, but also inside Ukraine, keeping children and their mothers safe.
I'm at a children's hospital here. This is Valerie, and this is her newborn, 2-month-old Emma. Now, they shouldn't be here. This is not their city. She's 1,000 kilometres from here. As Valerie said to me, in a city that she loves, where her friends are, where Emma's grandparents are. But they were bombarded, yet another city, and mum and baby and Emma's father, Valerie's husband, have had to flee. Valerie, as a new mum, well, congratulations, your firstborn.
Thank you.
How are you?
Mentally not, because I want to go home. I want to be with my family. I want Emma to have future. I want to be sure in her future, and I want to know that she will have both parents and she will live, and we will be the same family we were before it all started.
Yeah.
So.
It's not much for a mother to wish for. We wish you all the best.
Raising money for UNICEF, helping people in Ukraine is so important. And now we're going to play the Play Magnus Charity Challenge. On behalf of an anonymous donor, Play Magnus Group will donate $100 per move that Kira is able to last against Magnus. 10 years old, 2 minutes on the clock. And I know your goal is to beat your UNICEF colleague, Lage, who lasted 33 moves.
If I can do that, then I'm super happy.
Yeah.
But of course, I will try to do even more. But the speed here is the tricky thing.
Yeah.
So wish me good luck.
Definitely. Good luck. And Kira, here we go. The Play Magnus Charity Challenge. Go ahead and make your first move. All right. Like Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, the Reti opening. Very solid.
Yeah.
Rock solid here.
And he's following our advice. Keep the king safe.
This is perfect.
Good speed as well. Okay, and if White keeps this up, if Kira keeps this up, we're going to see a lot of moves. Odd one there from Play Magnus from the app.
Yeah.
Oof, okay.
Well, Magnus's king is not safe yet.
Not yet.
He's not castled.
He's going to castle soon.
Instead, he's staking out the center. So what is White going to do? Very solid play from Kira.
This is perfect strategy already. Around 10 moves down on the board and covering all the weaknesses.
And also look at the bar, you guys. It's
Exactly.
over to Kira's side in this game.
Oh, the evaluation bar. We're not used to seeing that, but I like it. I like it for White. Queen now nicely placed.
And still plenty of time, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Everything covered.
Look at the bar, you guys.
Exactly. Magnus getting aggressive with pawns, but White's covering literally every square in his half of the board.
And Magnus attacking the knight, but Kira, of course, he spots that and retreats the knight. So keeping really a nice defensive formation, solid as a rock.
Yeah, and still great speed so far. Magnus upping the tempo, maybe going on the attack. Magnus, though, he's just not being able to create anything.
No, he doesn't quite know what to do. And I love what Kira's doing. He's just waiting for Magnus to strike. And Magnus has pushed a pawn.
Okay, so the first line has opened in the position. Some tricks might come, but temporarily at least, White is a pawn up. Still really nice position. Some big threats though. There's a huge threat.
Oh, careful, careful, careful.
Black has unleashed a discovered attack.
Ooh.
And the White Queen there.
But it's all about the moves. 50 seconds left.
Yes, and
yeah, I know.
Speed. That's good. Okay, still not 100% clear. White gets a rook and a pawn in return for that queen. And okay, trading things off. This is good. Still 47 seconds left.
Yep. And now it's just all about playing those moves as quickly as possible.
Yeah. The good thing is White's king is super safe. So even in the endgame, it's going to take Black an age to try and checkmate that White king.
Fantastic. And remember, every single move is worth $100 for UNICEF.
Yeah, and there we go. Black recaptures a pawn, but still, White is rock solid. White's rook's nicely protected. White's king, I haven't seen a safer king in a long time.
Yeah,
so
nice.
A threat, though, against White's rook, and that's spotted. Defending everything, move by move. I'm actually liking White's knight at the bottom of the board, keeping everything safe.
And, well, Magnus has decided to launch Harry up the board, but look at this great defensive technique from Kira.
Yeah, and still 30 seconds almost on the clock. And, okay, the bishop attacking White's rook. Spotted again, a threat denied. And White's bishop now, is it going to get captured? There we go.
Still 20 seconds left on the clock.
Just
This
make
must
those
be a
moves.
lot of
anything,
moves.
anything goes.
Yeah.
Kura.
Oh, great move. Best
Excellent
move in the
move.
position. Okay, Black's queen will recapture, and White has to be ready with the move.
Yep.
There we go, lining up the rooks, protecting everything still. The White king, so safe.
Super safe. And I think he's at least past move 30, right?
Yeah, I think we're closing in on that target. We might need a few more quick moves in order to beat 33. And, okay, Black's bishops, what are they doing out there? Not much. White's king still safe.
8 seconds left.
Okay, it's all about getting as many moves now as possible.
Yep.
Time is running out. That Black queen, is it going to grab a pawn? Okay, that White king still safe for now. Gotta move.
Anything goes. Don't worry, move a rook.
1 second.
Oh, but this was a good game. Let's press continue. 35 moves. You beat Lug. Congratulations.
Thank you. But the queen there, I was so so concerned about just making moves.
Yeah.
But I want to play more against Magnus when I have time on the bus.
Exactly, and
But
calm
yes,
down.
35, 100 per move.
Yeah.
Great. It's $3,500, right, for UNICEF work in Ukraine.
It's fantastic. And it's
yeah.
placing you so far on the top of our Play Magnus charity challenge.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah?
Well, at least against Lage. Right?
Yeah, and some more are coming in. For example, tomorrow, because then UNICEF ambassador and Norwegian TV personality Leo Ajkic will play the challenge, and he's down at the Good Night tonight, practicing with Askild.
All right, we're underway with some preparation for this big challenge match tomorrow. And I have to say, Leo, I think you're a fast learner. How do you feel this is going?
It's okay, man. It's fun. It's actually fun. So it's good to learn some new stuff from you.
So, I mean, this looks promising. I'm getting excited for your chances tomorrow. And someone told me actually that when you were younger, that you were a good mathematician. Do you think that will help you when you're playing chess?
Maybe a little bit, maybe, but not like... I feel chess is so advanced. You have like millions of options. Mathematics, you just have to read and use the logic, and every time, if you know the way to solve it, you can solve the problem. But here is so many solutions to this problem that we're having right now. I don't know. It's so many moves ahead. I have to think attack, defense. So I think it's really advanced.
It is. I mean, it's a very complex game, and this famous saying, that there are more options of different type of moves than there are atoms in the universe. So you can just imagine how difficult it is to actually grasp all of this. And speaking of this Play Magnus charity challenge, we are raising money for UNICEF throughout the tournament. And tomorrow, donations of $100 per move will be given. So will that motivate you to play along and
definitely. So does it mean I cannot take out Magnus when he's 10 years old or however in 3 moves?
No.
Do I get a bonus?
We should definitely give you a bonus if you win in 3 moves. But,
or like 10 moves, doesn't matter.
But he's such a tricky player, so I think our goal should be for you to last as long as possible and aim for, I don't know, 30, 40 moves. That would be a great achievement.
But okay, so I should just think defense then?
Maybe. I mean, one strategy could be to try and trade off the queens, because without the queens on the board, it's much tougher for Magnus 10.
So this is a man's world, but it's nothing without the woman's...
Yeah.
You know, the song,
James Brown. The James Brown song, yeah.
So you take out the queen.
Take out the queen, because then it's much tougher for Magnus 10 to checkmate you, and you will last for many more moves. So maybe tomorrow when you're playing, that could be one of the strategies. And you experienced war yourself. You came as a refugee from Bosnia and Herzegovina in the mid-90s. And what type of help was needed in that situation for you and your family?
First of all, let's say you like chess. Just to get to play a chess as a child sometimes can get your mind out of something and make things better for you that moment. But when it comes to real things that you need, is actually everything. I remember we even needed candlelight. I had a small sister, we needed diapers, food, oil, close. War sometimes lasts for years, and children grow up so fast, and seasons change. Sometimes when you leave, you take the smallest thing you can have with you, and maybe it's not enough clothes for the next couple of weeks when it comes to the weather. So all the regular things that you need every day in your real life, that's what you will need there. And sometimes, since we know more about traumas, about things, sometimes those things that can help your psyche, like somebody to speak with, a psychologist, a child therapist, people to speak with, people that see you, people that recognize you, not just things that help you survive. So you need love and you need food.
And yeah, I mean, it's great that we're raising all this money for the victims of the war. And what do you think they are going through now?
Hell on earth. It's like this earth. I don't know if hell and heaven exist, but you can have hell and heaven on earth. And having a war is hell on earth, especially for young people who don't want this. There are maybe some grown-ups who want this, but children don't want this. So I think hell on earth is a good explanation. If you are religious or not, you get the picture.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, let's get back to some more training so that you can raise as much money as possible tomorrow.
We need money, so we need strong defense.
It's my move now. Bishop to g4, pinning the knight. So back to you guys.
Wow, I have expectations, big expectations now for Leo Ajkic in the charity challenge tomorrow. Such a big story and traumatized story he has from his childhood as well. He knows what these kids in Ukraine is going through. So please help us. Help them by donating to UNICEF. And now the next round in the Charity Cup has actually already started. We're going to jump into now the game between Jordan van Foreest and David Navarra. The bar already all the way over to David Navarra's side.
Yes, but let's not trust the evaluation bar for now, because this opening idea has clearly been prepared by Jordan van Foreest. Look at his clock time. He's gained more than a minute from when he started the game. And also look at the speed he's continuing. This idea was revealed recently by Fabiano Caruana in an online game. And White has actually sacrificed a pawn. That's why the evaluation bar is on black side. That's why it says +1 point something for black. And look at White's king, though. It's castled on the queen side. Black's king is castled on the king side. Opposite side castling only means one thing: all-out attack. Trouble, exactly, chaos. And now, look at this last move by Jordan van Foreest. He's almost moving without using his hand. You can see there, he's just super relaxed. He studied this before, maybe even with the likes of Magnus Carlsen. And now the idea is clear. White is going to throw his g-pawn up the board in front of that white rook, and he's just going to go for the black king. It's all or nothing now. It's that type of chess from White. He's a pawn down. Long term, he's simply lost, but he's going all out on the attack.
Yeah, and this type of position is so disconcerting for David Navarra because it's a very sharp position. That's the first thing. Second thing, Jordan is just blitzing out the moves. So he's in his preparation. And the question is, do you play the most natural move? And this move that David Navarra has played is not the most natural move. It would have been way more natural just to stop that pawn from advancing. And here it comes. It's a pawn storm. That pawn, the G-pawn, is about to march one square forward and start opening some lines. And remember, when you are attacking the king, you want to open up those lines. Why? Because you want to have open area so that the pieces can hop in and create those mating threats.
Yeah, in all honesty, I would be absolutely terrified here as black. This is, I mean, I love chess. I've been playing for 25 years, but this would be one of the most scary opening positions I would have ever faced. And I can't imagine Navarra. I mean, he looks super calm, but he's facing not just Jordan, but Jordan's computer, Jordan's coaches, everyone who studied this position with Jordan before. And also, it's the type of position where you could just get checkmated as black in the next 5 moves. White's pawn that has just moved, if it moves one square further up, the white rook will open, and it's just checkmate. The black king is going to be defenseless. And I saw this game that Caruana won recently, one of the world's best players, and it just happened like that. He won in 5-10 moves from this position, pretty much, just by going for that black king. And if you look at black's king, it doesn't have too many defenders around it. The knight is nearby, but if the knight has to fight against the white queen, the white rooks, there's no chance. So the evaluation bar might say it's roughly level, but that's with perfect defense from black. And white's attacking plan is so straightforward. He's just going to throw everything towards that black king.
There's no way that this position is level, David. No. I mean, just forget the bar. Whatever. When the kings are on the opposite side of the board and the queens are still on or the rooks are still on, no, this is not equal at all. I mean, you just look at David on the camera. You know, he's shaking his head. He's even kind of, is he laughing, grimacing? I can't quite make it out. He's uncomfortable. And I've been on the receiving end on this kind of pawn structure because of a line that I play in the Caro-Kann. And I can tell you, it is so scary. Ooh. And that pawn is one square away from opening up a line, and the white rooks are bearing down towards black's king, and the white queen is easily going to be able to switch sides and look at the king. It's terrifying. And but the good news is we are not the ones playing with the black pieces. Yeah. We are just spectators, and we can just sit there and enjoy the game.
But what would you do?
What would I do? Well, that's not something we need to concern ourselves with because it looks terrible. I honestly don't know.
I would try the F pawn one step, but
I was thinking the F pawn as well, but unfortunately, it's on the same. The king is on the same line as the bishop.
The bishop, yeah.
And this would mean that the D pawn could move one square forward, take a pawn, and it would be check. And
but maybe giving back a pawn is the best way. At least now, temporarily, you've prevented white from opening up this line, as we mentioned, towards the white king. You gain some time as black by hitting the white bishop. I like it.
Yeah, but also the queen will be a bit more hampered, right? So, because you move the pawn and blocking the queen a little bit.
Yeah, you've blocked the queen, and if white has to spend a move retreating this bishop, then at least you have a little bit of breathing space. For example, if the bishop drops back here, okay, black has a few moves you could capture with the knight, and at least you've survived. If white wants to just completely blow open the g-file and push this pawn forward, it will come at the cost of a knight. At least now you're defending everything. You have closed this line temporarily, and I don't think white has enough in order to sacrifice here. I think maybe white can try this, but pushing a pawn forward, but at least you have something to cling on to. Black has an extra knight. I think this might be the best chance, at least in practical terms. As you mentioned, Kira, just pushing this pawn forward. Otherwise, I mean, if you get greedy, if you take a pawn in the center first, I think white might even just ignore his bishop and just blow open the position, pushing this pawn. And it's all about this rook. If it can break through to the black king, it might be checkmate shortly. And yeah, it's just that type of position. This is a monster threat pushing forward, and it needs to be stopped.
And it's used 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it's a psychological kind of shock as well of, I mean, this is 1 e4, e5. For black, it's supposed to be the most solid opening in chess. And after 15 moves, you're facing such a scary attack.
Yeah. Well, but at least David Navarra, he's been on a roll. He's won 3 out of the 5 last games. And he is in... oh, we have the move.
We have the move.
Nice, Kira.
And it was suggested by Kira, yeah.
Fantastic. All right, I'm just going to quickly go through the standings. So these are the standings before round 11. Liam Lea still in first place, Magnus Carlsen in second place. And the players now fighting intensely to be inside top 8. We have Ding Liren just about inside, David Navarra as well. He is in that crucial 8th place. Jordan van Foreest in that 6th place. So this is an important game between these two. They are lurking around that crucial 8th place Vidit and Pragg just outside fighting to get in. So is Erik Hansen. But wow, Kira.
Yeah, but still, you know, he did my suggestion, but the bar swung the opposite. So I'm not sure that was the best
But the computer's really materialistic. Yeah. So sometimes, you know, you've got to look at the position from a practical human sense. And one of the things about computers, especially when you have an engine such as this, and maybe not with the really, really great engines, is that they only calculate up to a certain move, and they're just like, oh, yeah, it's okay, 10 moves ahead. But on the 11th move, it probably isn't okay. So it depends on the depth. But the super computers, they think in a different way.
Yeah, they have deeper horizons, for example, and actually now AI has got involved with chess. So AlphaZero, which is maybe the most famous AI program, it started beating the kind of strongest human programmed computer, and that doesn't actually work in +1, +2. The AI programs work in percentages. They say if they play themselves 100 times in this position, they would win maybe 65% and stuff like that. And I was going to say, without this move, Maybe black would have been okay according to man-made computers, but I think AI engines, they would have seen that, okay, white would have had 65% chance of winning with an attack, or maybe an 80% chance of winning with an immediate attack. At least now, maybe white will win, maybe white can just grab a pawn back and the game will go on a long time. But in human terms, it's better to just survive the next 5-10 moves and take the fight later in the game. And look at this. Also, it's made Jordan think. So maybe not the top computer move according to some engines, but in practical terms and human terms, it's by far, I think, the best move. And yeah, well spotted, because the #1 priority was to stop white opening up this G file.
And David, you mentioned AI and computers, and I do have to share with you some selfies, because the next one is so cool. Dwayne Tiller is watching the Charity Cup in the metaverse. How cool is that?
Whoa!
I've never seen anything like that. I've heard a lot about the metaverse, but yeah, this is so awesome. And okay. And he didn't capture the pawn. Instead, he introduced a knight into the center. Nice, interesting move from Jordan.
Yeah, and made after a couple of minutes thinking, and that's what might happen. I mean, the evaluation bar swinging back to black's side. Black is a pawn up after all. And I just think Jordan's influence, working with someone like Daniel Dubov, just wanting to be a pawn down in many positions, not giving any time, not wasting a move, capturing a pawn back. I think that's, in general, a good thing for his chess. But here, the white knight, yes, it looks good. It does feel like it's going in the wrong direction slightly, though. And anywhere that white knight wants to jump into will just get captured by black's bishop. So, OK, interesting move. I guess he wants to maybe free up the white f-pawn to step forward. So maybe the white f-pawn will step forward, and then the white g-pawn. It's a bit slower, though, than it previously was, the attack for Jordan van Foreest. And Navarra will be much happier now that Jordan did spend a couple of minutes on that move. He knows he's no longer maybe facing pure homework and purely the computer suggestions.
Does he have any sneaky ideas as well? For instance, just because I saw it, you know, knight takes pawn. And look, maybe it looks like it could be an active move. Maybe he has the idea of playing knight takes pawn himself.
Interesting. So we always talk about looking for checks and captures first. The idea is that now you've opened up the white queen. So after bishop takes knight, a recapture, you can actually recapture with your queen with a double attack. And still very complicated here. It's not clear what would happen, for example, if black just threw the king out the way and now white's queen is offside. There might be some nasty checks, a counterattack now against the white king. But either way, that is maybe one idea that slightly scares the opponent. It's the type of thing you at least make your opponent burn time calculating. But in the current position, David Navarra did not feel brave enough to capture this pawn. Instead, he blocked things up. So he's trying to now at least lock in this bishop. This bishop no longer has a direct path to the black king, and also gaining some time against the white knight. As mentioned, the white knight, if it jumps forward, it wants to jump forward, of course, with a fork, a double attack, but now it would just get traded off for black's bishop. And suddenly, yes, this is a far advanced pawn, but white's bishop is blunted, and black now can continue gaining time, and suddenly white's attack has lost all its momentum. So I don't think white wants to see any trades. I think in this position, we'll see the knight retreat, if anything. If Jordan's feeling really ambitious, maybe we'll see him throw pawns up the board, but I think he has to take a time out to save his knight, and he has done. He steps it back. So still, Jordan's idea is to push this pawn forward and then push the pawn next to it. It's still about opening up lines for the rook. Just takes a lot longer now. And meanwhile, black has a couple of moves to counterattack, and he starts that by moving his rook across. He's trying the pawn storm on his flank. It's very much about going for the opponent's kings and whose attack will be quicker. And this is definitely the type of position where we should ignore the evaluation bar, because it's, it's so irrational, this type of position. It's hard for a human to handle.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder about David's last move, because I thought maybe it might be too slow.
It feels slow.
It does feel slow, right? And I thought maybe it might have been worth just giving up a pawn instead of preparing this push. Just open up that line anyhow.
Yeah, it comes at the cost of the pawn, but you do get an open line for your rook, and you gain a bit of time against white's bishop in the process. So yeah, that would have been really interesting, Ivanka. And meanwhile, yeah, this move, yes, it prepares. It prepares this pawn push, but even if that happens, I think if white now pushes this pawn forward, even if this happens, white's bishop actually finds maybe an even better diagonal anyway. So, okay, let's see how the players react. Who is going to be quicker in this race of attacks? That's the big question.
All right. Jordan van Foreest and David Navarra, both inside top 8, but they're not safe to qualify for the knockout stage. Tomorrow will be the final day of preliminaries. And David Navarra almost smiling when Jordan makes that bishop move.
Yeah, I think he's just smiling because he's being surprised on every turn.
Yeah.
I'm surprised as well. That bishop, it was about to get attacked, but he retreated it anyway. And maybe just doing it in a different order to the one we assumed. It's kind of a preemptive strike there. And White's bishop does indeed find this long diagonal, this new diagonal that I was mentioning. White does have an idea, a sneaky idea now of lifting the white queen up 1 square, lining it up with its bishop, and then creeping in to deliver some nasty checks to the black king. If you look at this light square diagonal that White's bishop is sitting on, some holes there in black's camp.
What a game.
Yeah, what a game. And this is what we love. There's nothing more exciting in chess than opposite side castling, because then it always ends up in chaos.
Yeah.
Some mutual attacks. And, OK, look at this. Navarra stopping the white queen from stepping up 1 square onto the light square diagonal. And now Jordan, look at this, the evaluation bar just yo-yoing, can't make its mind up.
No, it certainly can't. I would be tempted if I were Jordan, just continue with the plan. You know, they have that saying in chess, the person that strikes first, and then it continues, and I've forgotten the rest of it.
I don't know that phrase.
Oh, OK. Well, something about the person who strikes first is always...
Has the most thirst.
Yeah, it doesn't quite go like that, but, you know, will often gets in the first blow, right?
So it's not a rhyme.
First is not the worst. I don't know.
It's not the worst. No, it's not a rhyme. It wasn't a rhyme, but basically you should be the person
We only
to
do
strike
rhymes,
first.
Jan-Krzysztof. Remember, we only do rhymes.
My bad, my bad. But, you know, the general rule is you should be the one who strikes first, because you've got to be the one that has the momentum, because then, you know, if you land the blow, you open up a line, chances are that here he goes, pawn pushes, and as David's highlighted several times, White's plan is just to pick up Gary the g-pawn, move it up 1 square, and activate the rooks.
Yeah, and it's consistent, right? And in general in chess, you can't just change your mind on every turn, kind of start one plan, then switch to another plan, then go back to another plan. You just have to be consistent. They do say that having a bad plan is better than having no plan at all. So here, whether or not it works, I think this is a good idea from Jordan van Foreest, just throwing all the pawns towards black. It's also scary. Remember, psychology is so important. And Navarra also quite a lot lower on the clock, 5 minutes down compared to Jordan. It's scary to face all of the pawns rolling towards your king. And meanwhile, black's pawns, yes, they're quite far advanced as well on the other side, but they lack pieces backing them up, and they still take a while themselves to open up lines.
And you mentioned Gary the g-pawn. Jan-Krzysztof, do you have names for the pieces here?
No, actually not.
No. Isn't that a good
like pet names?
Yeah, like Harry the h-pawn, and we also have Alice the a-pawn. And I guess for kids, I mean, for your 4-year-old, that's an interesting way to learn.
Yeah, maybe that's good pedagogics.
Yeah.
I'll try to
Be careful with that, because I once was teaching a very young boy, and I said, you know, he said to me, well, why does it have to be Harry the h-pawn? I said, fine, name it what you want. And he goes, Lucifer. I was like...
Lucifer the h-pawn.
I was like, OK, well, we'll run with that, but I hope no one is hearing.
That's the fun thing about kids, the creativity, right?
Yeah.
We should maybe stick to the rhymes where, like, doubled pawns are troubled pawns. Actually, something that we learn from. Names can be tricky.
Yeah.
But yeah, talking of tricky, this position, look at this. Black's pawns continuing to advance towards the white king. White's pawns advancing towards the black king. And Jordan didn't even flinch. He just ignored black's attack. He's going all out on the king side. And wow, the pawns continue advancing. The evaluation bar might say it's level, but this is anything but level. This one is going to end up with a decisive result, surely.
Wow.
I think a draw is by far the least likely now.
I didn't expect David to be so bold. I mean, I really thought that maybe he'd move his knight in and try to create some defensive possibilities along the 7th row. But this is brave stuff. I mean, is he going to continue, or is he...
Talking of bold, White has just sacrificed a piece. White's bishop now can just be captured by a pawn. And the black king, it's really... There we go. The bishop had to be eliminated. The bishop was actually a good attacker on this diagonal. And yeah, the black king is just fending for itself. Jordan, look how he's leaning in. His instincts tell him there's a checkmate. For example, starting with white's rook going up and capturing the pawn in front of the black king. But at least for now, the black king can hide in the corner. And we have to investigate, right, Rebecca?
Definitely.
Because this one is just fire on the board. And in this position, the reason this bishop was captured rather than this pawn, it looks like black's about to make a new queen. It's actually unstoppable making a new queen on the next move. But unfortunately, after rook takes pawn check, the king hiding in the corner, now we see why the bishop had to be eliminated. The bishop actually supports this check from afar, so the king would be forced back to a square where it's vulnerable. So the bishop had to be eliminated, and it was. And now Jordan, instead of taking the pawn with the rook, which would have actually been maybe a mistake, because now there's no way to continue checking the black king, instead he captured this pawn with his own pawn. So now, first of all, big threat of winning a rook for free and making a new queen in the process, but a secondary threat, for example, if the rook moves, and I think it must, of just pushing your pawns quietly and trying to deliver checkmate to this king with some pawns, at the very minimum, trying to make a new queen. And this one is still going to be mightily scary for black. Maybe you can stop it either by blocking with your king in this position, planting the king on the edge of the board, or maybe more likely by putting your bishop on this square, just keeping an eye on the pawn advance, but still super scary. If the white queen can somehow join the action, then it's just going to be game over. But in the meantime, the black king hiding in plain sight, and it definitely feels like these pawns are kind of double agents. White wants to just give them away in some circumstances in order to open up the white rooks. We could see a situation, for example, of the pawns, sacrificing themselves and just opening things up, luring out the black king. Meanwhile, David Navarra...
The bar, David.
The bar is
hates it. It hates it. It says it's winning for white. Where's the win?
Wow. So, white's next move has to be just pushing this pawn up. Actually, this threatens checkmate in one move. So black has to block now. For example, if he brings his bishop out, maybe the idea is the same, but black's rook is on the wrong square. This square may be needed as an escape square for the black king. Maybe he should have put his rook here earlier, because now after a check, takes, and now look at this, Jovanka. Queen takes pawn, sacrificing the queen, hitting this bishop as well. And if the bishop gets tempted to take the white queen, checkmate. I think this is just winning.
Beautiful.
I think this was missed by David Navarra, and this wouldn't be checkmate if this square was available to the black king. He's blocked in his own king with his rook, and I think white is winning now. Jordan, he's going to find it surely after this pawn push. Next move, he's just going to throw this forward no matter what. And meanwhile, if the black king blocks, then maybe a few different ways for white, but one could be just slowly bringing the knight back. This next move, taking this, and delivering a nasty check. Now, the reason I say this one is because you want to stop the bishop coming out to block the diagonal.
And once again, that rook should have been on the 8th row, because then the piece could have blockaded that particular square.
The rook would love to be back. It's just on the wrong square. And David Navarra, I think it's the time. And let's go back to the players, because now white pawn's rushing forward. Navarra scratching his head. He's panicking. He's a great attacker himself, Navarra, but one thing I did notice from studying his games is he doesn't like to be attacked. And Fanfare is just doing everything. This is beautiful attack from white so far. And still needs finishing touches, though, we should say. It's still not completely over yet.
Jordan van Foreest, he is, we must say, he's on a roll. He won against Ding Liren, and he almost won against Magnus Carlsen. That was a draw, though, and this one now probably a win for him. Fantastic. Is there still a lot of play left? I mean, they only played 24 moves.
Yeah, still some. Navarra just needs to now make it as difficult as possible for Jordan. For example, force him to find this beautiful queen sacrifice and going for this checkmate idea, or force him to do something a bit clever. Personally, I would probably block this with my king. I'm too scared to allow white to open up the H file as well as the G file. I just want to block both pawns. But yeah, it just feels to me this is Jordan's type of position as well. He's played to his strengths in this game, and he's also played against the opponent's weaknesses.
But I have to say, I was just checking the computer analysis, because I wanted to see how fine a path does Jordan have to tread in order to find the win. If you do block the pawns with your bishop, it's only one way to win, and that is the line that you've highlighted.
And he's gone for it. He's trying to use his bishop to cover this diagonal, but the problem is for white, just by process of elimination, you can get there. The one thing you don't want to do is give black one more move, because black's bishop, if it does drop back and blockade these two white pawns are never going anywhere, and therefore you can't open up the white rooks. So in a way, you have to give up one pawn in order to open up your rook. And look at Jordan just calculating now.
Yeah.
Just head in his hands, trying to work out the checkmate. He's got nearly 10 minutes as well in a completely winning position. This is where we talk about time, saving it for the important moments.
Yeah. Well, another clock that is ticking is the auction. Now less than 30 minutes left, 26 minutes left to make your bid for the Tinky Winky costume. The highest bid, $123. You can make a bargain at the same time as supporting UNICEF's important work in Ukraine. So cctauction.com to make your bid for Tinky Winky costume, worn now twice by David Howell in this studio. And it would be sad to see it go, but
it's for a great cause.
It's for
right?
the best
and
cause.
Every penny will go to the UNICEF.
Yep.
And and it's also a moment in history, you know. It's not every day that David Howell, the legendary English Grandmaster, finds himself in a Tinky Winky costume.
Yeah.
I promise we'll wash it first, you know. It's a very warm costume.
Oh, but it's such a cool costume. Tinky Winky, you guys. So, cctauction.com, 25 minutes left in that auction. So go ahead and make your bid. Clock is ticking for Jordan from Foreest, but there is no drama on his clock. David Navarra, on the other hand, he's in big trouble on the clock and, more importantly, on the board.
And now it becomes like a will he, won't he find the solution that David's highlighted. It's the only way to win the game. And that's
really?
I'm just taking out the...
Feels so winning this position. So, OK, a fine line that white must tread, and that involves starting with queen takes pawn, sacrificing the queen.
My bad. There are two ways to win. A second way is perhaps a little bit more natural than queen takes pawn, which is actually just play rook takes bishop.
He's found that way, Jovanka, so he's actually given up the white rook, but look how he's brought the black king out of the position, out of its hiding place, and white's queen now threatening to step across, white's queen joining the battle on the second rank. That's going to end in checkmate. White can just swing the queen across. What can black do? I think black might have to, at some point, give up his queen by... OK, there we go. Checkmate in one was threatened, the queen zooming up to the top of the board. Now, after a rook trade, white's knight is going to deliver a deadly check, a deadly fork. And Navarra continuing. But look at this. That's a fork. Black's queen is going to be captured as soon as the black king moves out of check. Also, the attack continues. Black's king is never going to be safe. So, material advantage incoming for Van Foreest and checkmate possibly on the board. White's queen can now even give a check. You don't even need to go and capture the black queen.
Yeah, you can check on the diagonal as well. So that's force the black king back to the very exposed right side of the board.
And diagonal checks. Just remember that, everyone. Queen endgames, diagonal checks tend to be the most effective. I don't know why it is. It just stops the enemy king running away. I've struggled to find logical explanations for it, but every practical example I face, I even had queen endgame recently, diagonal checks. And now black's king really struggling to survive, but at the very minimum, there's the simple path of capturing the black queen with the white knight. And the white queen against the black rook and knight, it should be easy. The rook and knight as well, not well placed at all.
And black's pawn structure is also in tatters. And if you're thinking about establishing a fortress like Magnus Carlsen had in the last game, forget it. Look at these pawns. None of them are connected to each other. And there you can see queen checks, and one pawn is going to drop off.
The pawn next to the white queen, captured. OK, at least black is trying his best. He's trying to make it complicated by grabbing the white pawns now. But once the white queen moves out the way, if Jordan wants, he can just start grabbing pawns with his king as well. The white king can grab the pawn in front of it and start marching up the board to start taking the remaining black pawns. And also, it's all about pass pawns in these situations. And after this retreat, white's pawn now on the F line can continue marching up, and that black knight is pinned. It's ready to be captured. And, OK, black's king trying to do a bit of a dance to dodge this attack, but here we go. I think that's the killer blow, and David Navarra leans back. Now, the black knight, if it captures the white pawn, the white queen will just slide back one square, and it's a double attack. That's a check, and the black knight will fall.
On the diagonal.
Yeah, always.
Just as you mentioned.
It's always the diagonal. It's harder to block for the opponent's pieces, simply. And the black knight, once it falls, that will cost black the game. I think we're about to see a result any moment. Will David Navarra resign, or will he continue fighting? As Jovanka said, no fortress, because black's pawns are just too weak. And we're waiting for that result. It's hopeless now for black.
Jordan van Foreest, he really has a very entertaining style of play, and this win, which is probably incoming, will take him to currently third place.
Yeah, but Navarra not resigning, that's good. That's a lesson for everyone at home, especially the younger players. You only learn about endgames, you only learn why you're losing by keeping the game going as long as possible. If I had $1 for every playable position I'd resigned and then looked at the computer and it says 0.0, oh, I'd be a rich man. But okay, this one is, however, hopeless. It's just a matter of time. White can start bringing his king into the game now. The black rook is not a sufficient rival for the white queen.
And just a bunch of really interesting results in this round. Vidit has won his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, so Vidit is now currently in 5th place, fighting his way into the knockout stage. Liam Le, as we mentioned, he won his game against Erik Hansen, his 8th win so far this tournament. Liam Le, incredible stuff. Hans Niemann, an important win for him against Lighting G. Hans Niemann had a great first day and is fighting to qualify. All right, are we inching towards that win for Jordan?
Yes, the white king can simply step up now. White's queen can give as many checks as she wants, just to annoy the black king. I'm not sure what else there is to say, unfortunately. The problem is, as soon as the black pawn starts advancing, the other pawns will drop. White's king, once it joins the battle, will start kind of forcing the black king back until the back rank, and there will be checkmating ideas later. The queen just has too many checks at its disposal. And there we go, the king advances. And if black's central pawn marches down with a check, the pawn next to it drops off. So, yeah, not too much hope left for Navarra. He runs away with the king, and now white's king is going to occupy the central square. There we go, blocking the black pawns. And it's a matter of time before the black pawns start to drop. The black rook is overworked, trying to defend everything.
All right. Well, as we see a few more moves in this game, Kira, I wanted to ask you, because I see some questions on social media as well. UNICEF is obviously working other places as well, not only Ukraine. What is happening to the work in other countries? How many other places is UNICEF putting up work? Because, of course, people, other places in the world need help as well.
We work all over the world.
Yeah.
And for the last couple of years, we have worked with the... No, for the last year, we worked to vaccinate against the COVID-19. Because UNICEF is the largest vaccinator in the world.
Wow.
And so UNICEF has taken the role of bringing out all the COVID-19 vaccines on behalf of this international collaboration called COVAX.
I heard about it.
So the aim is to deliver 2.5 billion vaccines. But it is taking time. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of poor countries where we still haven't reached more than 10%. Because it is logistically very complicated, and also it's very costly. So we also need more funding into that system.
Yeah.
So, but slowly, that's also going ahead.
And that work continues, even if a lot of resources now is put into Ukraine and the neighboring countries.
Yes, definitely. But you also have vaccinations against polio. So, because we need to end polio for good. So we are trying to, aiming to vaccinate 7 million people in Afghanistan. So we have managed to get started with that. And polio is a disease that actually has resurfaced in Ukraine.
Wow.
So it's going to be interesting to see, or maybe scary to see, if that can be something. Because with the disruption of the health services in Ukraine, right, you will have a lot of these challenges maybe resurfacing again.
Wow. UNICEF working in, I think, 190 countries have people. Yeah. But in this tournament, we are focusing on their work in and around Ukraine. The game between Jordan van Foreest and David Navarra ended with a win for Jordan van Foreest. A very entertaining game. David, can you take us through it?
Yeah, I just want to show the critical moment where the win became inevitable for white. And from Foreest here, he'd been fearless, sacrificing a bishop earlier on this square, but he'd thrown all of the white pawns towards the black king. And here it's just about opening lines for the rooks. So the pawns, as impressive as they are, don't matter so much. And here, the killer blow, the only winning move actually, was to throw this pawn forward with a check. And black's bishop, of course, captured this pawn. And here, I was advocating a bit of a flashy move, maybe unnecessary, just capturing this pawn with the white queen, hitting the bishop, because now, after bishop takes queen, this would end in checkmate. but instead Jordan found an equally devastating win. He knew this bishop was the last defender that needed to be removed, so he sacrificed his rook for it. And after king takes, despite the fact white is a rook down, just a quiet move, improving the white knight, and now opening up the white queen's attack along this h-file. And just to show why the game ended in a white win, we saw the black king retreat, try to run away, checkmate threatened again, reinstating the threat, and after a trade of rooks, this final blow, the knight had to land on this square because now it delivers a fork. This check and winning the queen very shortly led to the win for white.
So coming up in 16 minutes, the final round of today, and it's getting really close now to the knockout stage. Only 3 games tomorrow and 1 more game today to qualify for the knockout stage. And many players are fighting to qualify. So we're going to follow that fight in the round coming up in 15 minutes. Before that time, we're going to have a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Look closely. Really closely. Deep into the eyes of a child. See their hope. And ours too. Whoever she is, wherever he lives, every child deserves a childhood. That's why UNICEF is there for each and every child. Working day in, day out, in 190 countries and territories, reaching the hardest to reach, the furthest from help. It's why we stay to the end and never give up. Will you stand with us?
Stand with us. Stand with us. Stand with us.
For every child.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Charity Cup. We are waiting for the 12th and final round of today with the chess. And we are joined by Kira from UNICEF here today talking about the situation in Ukraine. And I remember hearing on the news, Kira, that after only 10 days of the catastrophe in Ukraine, 1.2 million people had fled only to Poland. And in the refugee crisis back in 2015, 1 million people hit the whole of Ukraine in a year. So it's telling us that this crisis it's just enormous.
Yeah, it is. I think, it's the fastest unfolding humanitarian disaster we have seen now in modern times. And Poland has received 2 million refugees, Poland alone.
Wow.
And of course, many of them will move on. But along the borders now, it's pretty chaotic. There's a lot of actors. UNICEF is assessing the borders constantly, and we have also put up these, as I mentioned before, these blue dots, where children, women, everyone can have some safe time, but also get advice on transport. They will be registered. There's medical checkups there. And a lot of things to make them feel safe. But it's also mental health assessments.
So is this basically these blue dots, are this basically the first place they come to when they get out of Ukraine?
Yeah, there's many of them. So they will, of course, have to cross the border. But then the blue dots are situated in places, in locations where they're easy accessible and where so they can be easily reached. The thing is, many of them have been moving for quite a while, and what you need is to feel safe. But you also need in a situation like that, you need medical help, you need food, you need shelter. These are the things that are the basic needs that you always have to ensure in a situation like that.
Yeah.
But then, of course, it is for many it's a long term because just reaching across the border doesn't mean that you're taken care of. And with 2 million people in Poland, of course, there's massive logistics, and everyone will have to need somewhere to stay, right?
Yeah.
So it's enormous, yeah.
Wow. So, and UNICEF is contributing with both psychological care, but also then everything they need, food, hygiene articles, everything they need to feel safe and to be able to live.
Yeah, that's the aim. UNICEF, together with a lot of partners, there's quite a lot of other organizations at play now. And UNICEF is part of the coordination. Together with UNHCR, UNICEF is coordinating quite a few of the sectors in this emergency now.
That is very good. And of course, donate at chess24.com/donate to help UNICEF help these people. And someone who knows what it is like to be a refugee is Leo Ajkic, who's been down at the Good Night with Askild today. He is a Norwegian TV personality and UNICEF ambassador, and he fled from the war in Bosnia in the 90s.
Hi guys, the training session is going quite well, I would say, because Leo just played a brilliant move. His queen was under attack by my pawn, and he returned it back to safety. So I think this looks quite promising, actually, before you play the challenge match tomorrow. And what have you learned today here at the Good Night, Leo?
I've learned some openings from you. Thank you very much. Some how you call it?
Opening
advice
strategies
about taking the queen down.
Yeah, I think
aiming for the queen. Everybody aims for the king, but you have to take out the queen and then forget the king until you take the queen. Yeah. And not so be afraid to open up the middle when it comes to even defense.
Yeah.
If I get it right.
Absolutely.
And you use the switch to
that's
what's
also
the name? Switcheroo? No?
Yeah, to castle. Yeah,
castle.
So once you have developed the knight and the bishop, the king can go 2 squares, and the rook will then jump over, and the king is in safety. And I think that's also a very good strategy for you tomorrow during the Play Magnus charity challenge. If you can manage to do that and possibly trade off the queens, you will.
I'm just afraid while I do that the young Magnus will already be 2-3 moves ahead on something else on this side, maybe.
Yeah.
If he noticed that I
mean, he's extremely tricky, so watch out for some sneaky tactics. But so, what's your goal then tomorrow? How many moves would you be happy to play?
What's the average person's move when they play against Magnus when he's 10 years old?
I think perhaps around 25 moves.
I hope 25.
Yeah.
25 like 12 each or 25 each?
25 each.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you manage to do
26, we go for 26.
26. And that's a good chunk of money if you manage to play that many moves.
Which date is it tomorrow? Or which date is it? 27th? No.
Can't remember. But yeah, I mean, that would be great money for our fundraiser for UNICEF. And I have to say I have faith in you. And I think with this training session, I think you're now prepared and ready to face the young Magnus Carlsen. And I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you for the help.
I will support you in the studio tomorrow. I will root for you, and I think you'll do a great job.
Okay, so I will do my best not to win fast. Like in 3 moves, I wanna play for a long time so we can make some money here.
And he's just a kid, 10-year-old. So you have to be nice with him. Yeah. All right, that was it from the good night. We had a good training session with Leo. He feels prepared and ready to go tomorrow, playing Magnus 10 in the Play Magnus Charity Challenge. That will be very exciting, and we look forward to it. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eskil. And it's the 22nd of March. Brain freeze there on you guys. And some sensible stuff there for Leo. Castling the king, that must be super important to not be checkmated by Magnus.
Yeah, some good tips. We saw it today, actually, in the challenge. Once you've castled your king, you can last a long, long time. Trading the queens often helps, because then half the tricks disappear in the position. But yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be fun to see that challenge.
And thanks to Kyrre's efforts in the charity challenge, and thanks to all of you keeps donating. We are about to make it to $60,000. Correct, my eyesight is getting so bad. But yeah, we are about to hit $60,000. Let's make it past $60,000 today, you guys. That would be fantastic. So please, to help UNICEF, help the desperate people inside Ukraine and on the borders fleeing from their home country, go to chess24.com/auction to /donate, or use this QR code to donate whatever amount from your hard-earned money that you can give to UNICEF. And the auction for Tinky Winky costume is 4 minutes left. And I hear rumors, David, that actually the highest bidder right now is Christopher, who owns the Goodnight Pub. And he says he's going to donate it back to us.
I thought I wouldn't have to wear it again. Please, someone beat him in the bid.
I have to say, on Twitter, they're saying maybe we can bid so that David wears the Tinky Winky costume again.
Such a hero, David. Everything for charity. Yes, exactly. But you only have 3 more minutes now to make your bid in the auction for the Tinky Winky costume on cctauction.com. And well, we talked a little bit about it, Kyrre, what this money will be spent on, supplies for the refugees, both the refugees and the people inside Ukraine. How are you sensing that the whole world is contributing in this crisis?
Oh, it's at least in Norway, it's massive. I think this has because it's very close. It has hit us, and we see it's all over also in the social media, and we see it. And also I don't think, honestly, I didn't think that there would be a war or conflict in Europe like this again. And also when we hear the numbers, the sheer numbers of 10 million people fleeing. And we've seen stories of people telling that they were in the morning having a coffee in a nice coffee bar, and they didn't believe that this could happen. And then a few hours later, they're standing there with just a suitcase, and it's very, very close to us. So I can see an enormous mobilization. that we have seen before, of course, many times in history. We're seeing it repeating, and I think there's a lot of heartfelt sympathy and a lot of people donating, and we also see it in Norway. There's people opening homes, there's people who want to contribute, and we have raised almost $60,000 here.
Yes.
I'm very, very impressed by that. We want to get the bar higher,
Yes.
of course, because it is very, very needed. I mean, in the long run, there will be needed billions of dollars for this work.
Yeah.
So, but I can see that this is engaging tremendously.
And the chess world also coming together, so that is great news. Now, some abrupt shifts, but we're heading into round 12 in the charity challenge. These are results from round 11. Hans Niemann got a win, so did, as we saw, Jordan van Foreest. An important win for Dingley Ren, who has struggled a little bit over the last few games. Liam, another win for him, wow. And Vidit, super important win for him against Duda in the fight to qualify for the knockout stage. These are the standings, with now only 4 games left to play in the preliminaries. And yeah, definitely a bunch of players not feeling safe here. Dingley Ren, Vidit, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda are just about inside top 8. David Navarra is hunting them from outside, and so is Pragg. Can the 16-year-old make it? Erik Hansen as well will be fighting to qualify for the knockout stage, as he made it to in the Air Things Masters. And let's take a look at the games now, coming up in round 12. An all-Indian encounter between Hari Krishna and Vidit. Erik Hansen now against Ju Wenjun. Magnus Carlsen will now face Gawain Jones. We will keep an eye on that game as well. Two Davids, David Navarra and David Anton, facing each other. Richard Report against Jordan van Foreest, who is on a roll. But we're going to focus on the game between Hans Niemann and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, both fighting to qualify, and Hans with the white pieces. Should we expect the Joe Bava London, David?
Hans, he's true to his word. He's one of the most confident with players we've seen on the tour, and he will be confident in some of his recent analysis, of course, for that chessable course on the Drabova London system. So Hans Niemann, we've seen him win with the Drabova London system before. I know a lot of the top players are going to go out and get his course just to try and figure out how to fight against him, how to survive the opening against this young American. But either way, I hope we see it. I hope we learn something, and I hope we get a sneak preview of that course in this game.
Definitely. Jordan van Foreest coming from that win against David Navarra. Magnus Carlsen, he's played 2 draws, and of course he won the first game today against Pragg. Magnus now against Gawain Jones, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he is currently in that crucial 8th place, fighting for qualification. Hans Niemann is started playing, but he's not here. And what are we seeing?
We're not seeing him on the camera. I'm wondering if the board is correct as well, because unfortunately, if this is true, if this is the position, we're not seeing the Drabova London system. Instead, we're seeing the English opening. One of my favourites, and me and Ivanka being English, we approve, but it would have been nice to see the Drabova London system. I mean, I've heard great things about that chessboard course. He's won games already, and why mess with a winning recipe?
And now is the perfect time to play, you know, your system, because the course has not been released yet. So everything and your analysis is secret. So why not try it out? And okay, you know, maybe if you have a few accidents or something, maybe you can actually come up with even fresher ideas. Because I remember when I was writing my book, I was testing it all the time. And when I remember there was one person who's playing in this tournament right now who kept refuting my analysis. And that was Gawain Jones. And I was following his games, and he would just like demolish my ideas against the Karen. I was like, not fair. I have to go back to my... So I literally had to scrap like weeks of analysis and, work harder. But it made it a better book.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gawain.
And the only way to test your opening analysis is to play it against the best in the world.
Yeah.
So Hans, there, it would have been really interesting to see how Duda would have reacted to that opening. Instead, we see one of the main lines of the English here, white gaining space, black gaining space as well. White was actually attacking the black knight, but black counter-attacked against the white knight this time. And we'll see these pieces traded off there. Hans finally appearing with his fresh new haircut. And, okay, a trade of knights, a trade of pawns. Black's queen coming out early, but the black queen will maybe be a bit of a target for White's pieces over the next few turns. White's bishop move there, not as common as occupying the centre with the pawn or bringing the white knight out, but still relatively standard stuff so far. And we talked about troubled pawns, double pawns. White has double pawns on the c-file, but actually they're quite strong. They control the middle of the board. They control some central squares. So these types of double pawns are probably the best type you'll ever see. They're not great at the best of times, but for now, it's okay. And Hans looking confident, for sure. He's studied this. He's not just studied the Jobava London, of course. He's studied a whole bunch of openings. His openings lately, the teenager, only 18 years old, they're super strong. He's won a few games already in this tournament out of his openings.
And talking about openings, I have a question from Charlie Hill. And this is in reference to the last game that we saw from Jordan. And he says, how long do you think Jordan, but in this case could also be Hans Niemann, will have been preparing the opening for, and do you think he has practiced it online without showing people he is preparing it?
Very good question. That's one thing I always do, at least if I'm about to start playing a new opening that I'm not so familiar with, at least in practical terms. I don't have too much experience, then I'll always play online a bit first. Firstly, to make sure I actually like the positions, because on a computer screen, if the computer says +1, it might look great, but if you sit there and you don't know the plans, then you might not enjoy it so much. So that's one thing, but also learning what the most common replies are from your opponent in those opening stages. So yeah, I think these guys, they're very professional. Hans might only be 18, Jordan's only 21, 22, but they're opening experts. And that's why Jordan, for example, was invited to Magnus's camp, because he checks everything really deeply with computers. He plays lots of practice games in his openings, and that's why the results are so effective in tournament play.
Yeah.
And I should, of course, mention Jan-Krzysztof Duda is had quite a nightmare day. He's lost all his games today. He started off in shared second place, and now he is in 8th place fighting for qualification. Wow, that is such a bad day for him.
Yeah, and especially because at least yesterday he was really starting to gain momentum, and we've seen him be a bit inconsistent on the Champions Chess Tour. Last season, playing in the finals, but maybe not quite at his best. And this year, okay, needing to recover, because he really is expected, a World Cup winner, to make it deeper into the knockouts. Meanwhile, just to catch up with the position, Black is the first to castle the king, but White has that opportunity at some point over the next few moves. And I'm surprised the evaluation bias so far on White's side, but it must be to do with the fact that Black Queen is vulnerable to some attacks over the next couple of turns. And maybe we can jump in just to show what Hans is thinking about right now. I think he just needs to castle as quickly as possible, get that king to safety. And once Black continues the development, for example, okay, this knight not doing anything, these queenside pieces asleep. If the knight moves out onto a very natural square, then White can start thinking about, for example, pushing a pawn forward with ideas of bringing his bishop out and hitting this Black queen. It's all about this Black queen. Black needs to spend a few moves keeping her safe, maybe even having to spend a move now just to stop this bishop jumping out. It would be too strong. But Hans, okay, going his own way, he's very creative. Instead of castling, he first flicks in this queen move, hitting this pawn in conjunction with the bishop. This pawn moved, but I mentioned this was maybe a move Black wants to play anyway. This pawn move stopping White's bishop from using the square later, White's knight from using that square. And finally, we do see the White king castle itself away to safety. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of this move. I think the queen could have maintained her flexibility and maybe more priorities. The priority should have been to open up the center, and Black's trying to clamp down on that idea by pushing his pawn forward. So it's all about the tension in the center. Can White push his pawn to the middle, or has Black got this square too well guarded? White would love to open things up, but maybe not possible right now.
All right. Well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, you mentioned, the World Cup winner. He is ready to play in the candidates tournament this summer. The winner will face Magnus Carlsen in the next World Championship match. But news today, Sergei Kanyakin has been banned from chess for 6 months by FIDE. And we have a news story on this on chess24.com. This, of course, brings a big question mark about what will happen. He is qualified for the candidates tournament. Will he be able to play? I mean, probably not, because it's inside 6 months. So who will take his place?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? And I think I saw some stats that if Ding played 26 games by the end of May, he will be able to play the candidates.
Oh, Okay.
Yes, so I read the story that the regulation is that the highest rated player in May will get that spot. Right now, that is Ding Liren. He is world number 3. World number 2 for Russia is already qualified. So, but Ding hardly plays because of COVID. He's not able to travel from China. And Levon Aronian, he's playing the World Cup, the Grand Prix starting tomorrow. So he could catch up with Ding on the rating lists.
Yeah, either way, that article on Chess24 is fascinating.
Yeah.
It looks like Karakin won't appeal either. So, yeah, that place has opened up. And I know chess fans, they would love to see Aronian or Ding. Both of them amazing players in the candidates. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting summer. And finding Magnus Carlsen's next challenger.
Yeah, definitely. So go ahead to chess24.com to read all about that story. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he is, however, ready to play in the candidates. Now, a few moves in the game.
Yeah, a few moves. And White's last move, a decent one, but it does maybe highlight the fact that White's queen has lost a bit of time. The White queen started on the D1 square, of course, then she kind of moved to C2, then moved again to the E2 square. It could have gone there in one move. Hans has lost a bit of time over the last few turns, and that's why the evaluation bar is bang in the middle. White's advantage of the first move has been negated by the fact that Hans lost a tempo, as we call it in chess, and the queen moving yet again. The third time she's moved now. She could have got here in 2 squares, maybe, in 2 moves. So, OK, meanwhile, a trade of bishops. Black's bishop just retreating there. The one thing that White has to be careful of long-term is that the doubled pawns don't become an issue. In the endgame, they might be a weakness, they might be a target for the opponent. And also, if it comes down to pure kings and pawns, no pieces on the board, then double pawns have no flexibility to march forward. That's why we talk about them as being so bad. That's why in the Queen's Gambit, it gave the main character nightmares, apparently, these double pawns. But for now, there's enough pieces left. And the one thing Black has to be careful of in the meantime, is not allowing White's pieces to get too active. At the moment, it's fine. White's piece on the bottom row. The rooks look OK, but the bishop not great. And OK, talking of activity, Hans is going for it. He's full of confidence, as we've seen before, and he's going on the attack, similar to how Jordan did it in the last game, using this pawn as a battering ram. He wants to advance again, next move, attacking the Black queen, opening up lines. But this time it's more risky because the White king also sits on this side of the board.
Yeah, I do wonder whether he felt like positionally he was going in the wrong direction, actually, because there were a lot of things that potentially could be a big problem in the long term. So therefore, he's like, OK, let's speed things up, let's accelerate the play and let's initiate chaos. Because this is a tricky move to actually deal with because, you know, like you say, you know, another pawn is perhaps going to launch itself, harry the h-pawn, move it 2 squares. The White king can step up. Maybe the 2 rooks can swing across to the right side. And, well, Duda just reacts very principally, actually, because they say when your opponent starts working on the wings, you should focus your energies in the centre.
And they might lose some momentum on the wings if they are distracted in the centre. And from the centre of the board, you can kind of go off on both sides. So right now, Hans just taking another move out to just improve his bishop, attacking one of Black's pawns on the c5 square. That pawn is undefended. I'm just being surprised, I must admit, on every single turn. White started this plan of maybe launching a kingside attack and then just took a time out to improve a piece. So it's slightly inconsistent. But then again, Black does have to deal with a threat against his pawn on the c5 square. He does guard it. And notice how the Black queen does guard the knight on the c6 square. White's queen eyeing that piece up. But for now, everything holding together for Duda.
Yeah.
And Jovanka, is now the time to go on the attack and continue pushing pawns. You mentioned it, like when you have long-term weaknesses like White does, these double pawns on the left side, you need to counter often with dynamic, fast play.
Yeah. I definitely think now is the time. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted because I saw this amazing tweet just now, and it's really, really bad news for David. And I'm really, really sorry, David, to be the bearer of bad news. The person who won the Tinky Winky...
Sorry, that was a move, and I've just got the analysis board up. So before we talk about Tinky Winky, I was just saying White should attack the Black queen, and I think he would have a great position. Hans, though, playing a bit too slowly. Carry on, Jovanka. Tell me about what my fate is.
Your fate is... It is Christopher Gressley, the owner of the Goodnight, who has won the Tinky Winky
costume.
And he's saying, so, Askil Breen, how do you want this served?
Stoffer, I'm going to get my revenge.
I mean, it should just be part of the good night exhibition, right?
Yeah.
This is the costume that David wore. Don't you think?
That is.
And everyone can try it on and take pictures of
Yeah,
themselves
yeah.
in the costume. You know, it'd be like that.
Good
so, David,
idea.
I'm trying to save you.
Okay.
Good
We'll
idea.
see. We'll see.
And talking about Christopher, actually, also, I know he's the guest in the next episode coming out about in the not good night, but late night podcast with David and Askild. And being the owner of a chess pub, he must see a lot of Tinder dates, is my bet.
Yeah, and that's one of the topics, actually, of our podcast to be released soon. But actually, just recently, we did release an episode with Ivanka and with Simon Williams. So, yeah, there's right now on Chess24, there's an article about those podcasts. Go check it out on Spotify. It's a lot of fun. And Christopher, of course, full of great stories. I wish I could tell some now, but it's too early in the day.
Yeah.
So, OK, meanwhile, as mentioned, White's attack is brewing. White did indeed push a pawn forward, hitting the black queen, but that pawn was captured. And now White, Hans Niemann, has a big, big decision to make. Does he go and recapture this pawn on the g5 square with the white knight or with the white bishop? The white bishop attacks the queen, but the queen will just move. It's a temporary thing, only a one-move threat. If the white knight captures, it is placed on a very good attacking square, a very strong attacking square. Either way, I think Jan-Krzysztof Duda, facing this attack, wants to trade the queens. He knows that white has the long-term weakness of doubled pawns, so if black's queen, if it sidesteps to the g6 square next, it's going to eye up white's queen in the centre. A queen trade only favours black. So it's very much short-term white's chances versus long-term black's chances right now. And still in the balance.
Okay. Hans Niemann, he had such a great first day. Some bad results after that, but he's still inside top 8. It would be a big deal for him to qualify for knockouts, right? He is one of the lowest rated players here.
Yeah. And also one of the youngest as well. We mustn't forget that he's still a teenager.
Yeah.
And I was checking out his performance in recent years, and his star is really in the ascendant. You know, maybe two years ago, he was around about international master rating. And now look at him.
Yeah.
He's competing amongst the world's elite. So it would be an incredible achievement, actually, for him to qualify. But I don't think it would be an incredible achievement in his eyes. I think for him, he's very confident. So I think he would be like, "Well, yeah, of course, I'm a great player." And that's such a great thing in chess, that you have to be confident in your abilities. And well, we see bishop takes pawn, attacking the queen. And I do have to reinforce David's point, which I really love. You know, when you have the strategic trumps, and Duda has played it, try to swap off queens, neutralize the initiative, and then in the endgame, you can start to make use of your opponent's structural weaknesses.
Yeah, now with the queens off, it's going to be quite one-sided traffic, I feel. White is still solid for now. Everything's protected, but long-term, the doubled pawns have no flexibility. They could be targets for black's pieces. Black also has the advantage of just 2 pawn islands. If you look on the right side, black's pawns are connected there, left side connected. White has isolated pawns on both sides of the board, both the H pawn and the A pawn isolated. So long term, it's all about black. It's just about whether black's pieces can get organised to actually attack those weaknesses. And yes, just while you were talking about Hans, he was actually, at the beginning of the pandemic, he was known as mostly for being a streamer. He was streaming day in, day out, constantly. He had a huge following online, but he's kind of let that take a back seat now, and he's focused on his playing, and that's really paid off in this tournament in 4th place so far. But yeah, against someone like Duda, usually he would be struggling. I think it's all about Duda's confidence today after losing 3 games.
Yeah.
Because normally I think Duda would win this position 8 times out of 10 maybe, just because it's so stable, so long-term, and I think against someone as energetic as Hans, White's position is just going to be so hard to defend, but it's all about confidence. And Duda, if he's impatient, the advantage could fizzle out maybe. So.
And our odds oracle or stats oracle, Ty, sent me a message saying that Duda's odds to qualify dropped from over 98% to 64.8% with those 3 losses. You can never feel safe in this format. Never, ever. Remember, there is 3 points for a win, 0 for a loss, 1 point for a draw.
Yeah, and I mean, it shows how well Duda did earlier in the tournament.
Yeah.
He lost 3 in a row, and he still just inside the top 8.
Oh, that's true.
But yeah, that's why we're focusing on this game. It's so critical for the standings, for the qualification.
Yeah, and also will be critical for how Duda actually feels about today's chain of events. Because the funny thing about chess is you could lose the first 3 games, but if you win the 4th, it doesn't quite matter. You know, you're just like, oh yes, you know, I won a game, excellent.
Ending on a high.
Exactly, and now you can go on to the 4th day and you'll be feeling great.
Yeah.
If he draws, perhaps a good position or something, then it will just feel like this is just a terrible day of chess and, oh my goodness me, what am I doing? And then he'll have to reset and work very, very hard to be in the right mindset for day 4.
Absolutely. It's all going to be decided tomorrow, the 8 players that will qualify for the quarterfinals. And not many are feeling safe. Liam Le, I think, is feeling quite safe. But wow, look at that. In his game against Ding Liren, the bar all the way over to Ding's side. That could be Liam Le's first loss in the tournament. And we did see a rook move.
Yeah, rook move, and it looks like the black king has just castled the king and rook next to each other. But nope, that rook has just swung across. And actually the idea, I think, is to start launching the black f-pawn down the board. Maybe to attack the white bishop first, but even to push it 2 squares. That black rook is actually a bit controlled. It wants to find an open line, at the moment struggling to do so. So Duda just staying flexible, and meanwhile Hans evacuating his king from any potential kind of openings of the position so that the black rooks could face that king. Often kings are good in the center in endgames once the queens have gone. And maybe the secondary motif is that white's rooks now are ready to just swing across to the g file on the same line as the black king. And just defend things there, challenge the rooks there. And okay, there we see the stockfish evaluation. The computer moves. Wow, Duda finds the best move. I was going to say the top 3 moves, all very natural. It's not clear which one's best, but Duda, of course, plays the best move. Notice how they're just lining up their rooks with the opponent's kings. If in doubt, that's often a good strategy to scare the opponent, but also tactics work in your favour if rooks are opposite your opponent's kings and queens. So, okay.
Okay, I'm taking notes.
Yeah, Niemann, he's going to get his king out of the way. It's just too uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, he isn't. Wow.
He doesn't.
Surprising.
Brave.
Well, he does the same, right?
Yeah,
His
he does
rook
the same
aiming
instead.
for that black king. Now, what would you be thinking in this position, Kira, even if you were white or black? What would you prefer, maybe? I mean, the bar now, all the way to...
Definitely, I would prefer to be black here.
Yeah.
But I think this is a very tricky game. But I mean, Niemann he went too slow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he had so many opportunities on the G and the H lines, but then. And you said it also. He used a lot of time to try to improve a few small things.
Yeah.
And now he's no, definitely this is Duda's game.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing, you've got to be consistent, right? And he pushed a pawn, and then he took 3 or 4 moves just to improve his pieces, and he allowed black to just trade queens. If he'd been a bit faster, that opportunity might not have existed for Duda. And actually, if you notice what's happened, we've just seen a trade of pawns. White's king now firmly in the middle of the board, but those isolated pawns, those doubled pawns, sorry, on the c file for white, they're extremely vulnerable. Duda has exchanged off the pawn next to it, so now those pawns are very loose. They lack defenders, and already I'm seeing dangers with the white king. If you look at all of the white pawns, actually, white has 2 isolated pawns on the right side and 3 very weak pawns on the left side, sorry. And okay, advancing this pawn now, but there's not going to be an attack against the black king. The black king is going to be safe once queens have been traded. And yeah, as you mentioned, I think it's very one-sided. I'm surprised the evaluation bar is actually only 1.5, because it feels like the type of position that could just fall apart if white is careless in just 1 move. And
wow.
Yeah, it's already really, really dangerous times for Niemann.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe regretting not playing the Jabava London system, his speciality. Switching openings and maybe just not being familiar with the pace, with the plans. And yeah, Duda, meanwhile, looking very focused.
And the bar is over to Magnus Carlsen's side in his game against Gawain Jones. As we mentioned, Ding may be about to win against Liam Le. And the bar is over to Ju Wenjun's side in her game against Erik Hansen. Maybe her 2nd win of today. As you said, Ivanka, it's starting a trend.
Yes, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah.
You know, we definitely, I mean, she's the 3-time women's world champion, so she's a very, very strong player. And she definitely must not be underestimated. And I'm trying to figure out how Black is going to break through. So this, I mean, I really love Black's position, but I'm really thinking, how should Black proceed? Should Black try to improve the pieces? I mean, I've been thinking about moving the king out of the eye line of the white rook, or maybe try to improve the dark squared bishop.
Yeah, Black's dark squared bishop a bit ineffective right now. This piece not really hitting anything, just thin air on this diagonal. But I think maybe your first suggestion, Jovanka, is slightly uncomfortable, right? This tension, we mentioned it before, rooks opposite kings. There could be ideas, for example, if Black is too slow, of White's bishop moving in and creating a pin here, hitting this pawn in front of the king. So yeah, why not get it out of the way? When in doubt, just move your king to safety. That could involve just stepping off the file here. Could involve maybe stepping forward, but then you do risk, for example, knight jumps if you're too brave with the Black king. So that's what I would start with, at least. Just move this king to the side, and then as Jovanka also mentioned, next improve the pieces. For example, this knight could start attacking this weak pawn at the front. This bishop, for example, could at least, if it's not doing anything, trade itself off for this white bishop. Remember, this white bishop is stopping Black's access to the d-file, so why not trade it off at some point? I think this is just a nice, flexible move. And, okay, he doesn't play this. Duda, he's known for being a very tricky player. And he's played a move that might be very good, but it also might be very bad.
Oh,
he's pushed
yeah, look
forward.
at that.
Yeah, and he's hoping that White captures this pawn. I mean, White wants to capture this pawn anyway. What is his trick? It looks like he's just lost a pawn for free because the pawn cannot recapture. This is a pin. His idea must be to slide his rook across. But what has he missed? Rook takes pawn is a check, and hitting the bishop. Let's go back to the players. Why can't White just take this pawn for free? Jovanka, I'm struggling.
I can't see it either.
What has Duda got in mind?
I mean, I was thought maybe something clever, like pushing the pawn up one square, or maybe moving the king out of the way.
But then you've just lost a pawn for Black.
Right. Doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Why is there no reaction from either player?
Well, looking at the evaluation bar, I can see that White's is actually much, much better.
I mean, fair play to the players. They don't see the evaluation bar. Yeah. So Niemann now probably just, of course, his first instinct is, why can't I take this pawn? He's just delving deep. He's trying to calculate. Duda must have a trick in mind. Surely it's not just hallucination. Yes, he's had a bad day, but that is a very basic blunder. I'm struggling to explain it. It must be that he wants to slide his rook across. And Niemann doesn't call him out on the bluff. Niemann trusting him. And
it's mutual blindness. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Bishop takes pawn. It's like the most... OK, I don't want to say obvious move, because obviously both players missed it, but it's a very logical move. The rook is opposite the king. My
only explanation, I think we have to jump back into the position in a minute, but my only explanation is that they stopped their calculations one move too early. Because White could have won a pawn for free, maybe even 2 pawns. And yeah, we have to show it just because it's so crazy. White stepping back with a bishop, but now Black can just move his king forward. He still has all the long-term advantages we talked about, but bishop takes pawn, wins a pawn, as we mentioned. The only explanation I can come up with is that rook across looks like a double attack, hitting the white knight, hitting the white bishop. So 2 pieces under fire. But after rook takes pawn check, the king doesn't want to go to the corner where it will be in the eye line of the white bishop. It needs to step to the side. And maybe here they both stop thinking, OK, 2 pieces are under attack. It's too chaotic. And White can't go for this. Because indeed, if White captures this bishop, for example, then after rook takes check, the king moves, the rook can recapture the bishop, and actually Black emerges with an extra piece. But what they must have both missed is that in this position, rather than going, OK, Black attacking these 2 pieces, rather than going capturing this bishop, White could just move the knight first. The knight is the kind of immediate target, so move it out the way, actually threatening checkmate, hitting the Black king. Black only has 1 move. You have to capture the bishop, but now you capture Black's bishop, and after this, White has 2 extra pawns. It's just game over. Also, White threatening to bring the knight up with a nasty check, and also a fork hitting the Black rook. I think it's this knight move that they both missed, and maybe we have to ask them about it earlier. This knight jump would have won the game for Niemann. Yeah, huge turnaround, but missed by the teenager. And that's why you should never trust your opponent, even if they're one of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
They're very human. They blunder as well. You can't trust them. You have to calculate as deeply as possible. And if we go back to the game position, finally, Black's king is out of the eye line of this rook. It's found safety. And yeah, if Duda goes ahead and wins this game, if Niemann doesn't qualify now for the knockouts, he'll look back at that one move. Missed opportunity. And he did spend a minute or two, but it wasn't long enough.
Yeah, it was a golden opportunity. And I have to say, often you can find all these possibilities by sticking to the formula of calculating checks, captures and threats. And when we miss them, it's because we're not focused enough, or we're just not actually disciplined when it comes to this particular thing, because it will solve a lot of things. Because here, the threat was checkmate. And, be methodical. That's my big advice. And if you say, well, it takes a lot of energy, it's hard work. Well, this is where practice makes perfect, as we say. And just keep on training, keep on practicing on this particular thing, and you will get better. And in fact, you'll get so good, you just do it subconsciously.
Yeah. The other thing is not making assumptions. I've been there myself when I've played the strongest players in the world. I just think, okay, they must have seen everything. They must have calculated everything. Of course, they never make one move, simple blunders, but occasionally it does happen. You just have to work as deeply as possible. And yeah, once you've checked your variations, go back, retrace your steps and double check them, because you might see something new. And okay, now it's again all in Black's favour. The knight, as mentioned, could come to the edge of the board and starting to attack White's doubled pawns. This has forced White's knight to be passive. Black's rook now can start swinging across behind White's isolated pawns on this side. The black rooks could stay within touching distance of each other. Just find a safe square for that rook, and Duda has the advantage. It's still White's king as well, the more vulnerable of the two, despite the fact the queens are off.
It's kind of hard to read the body language of these players now, if they have sort of seen that there was a huge position in the position a few moves ago.
I don't think they've realised. Duda never kind of flinched. He never we've seen it before on the tour. Suddenly Magnus will react when he realises he's blundered, or a lot of players react, but Duda just stayed calm. I think he just, he trusted his calculation, but there was a small hole in his plan. And yeah, Niemann, meanwhile, I don't think he would be looking back. He's the type of player to look forward, to be optimistic, to look for his chances. But okay, Duda making his move for the win now. This pawn stepping forward. If it steps further down the board, White's bishop is actually trapped. So there's a huge threat. This pawn, if it marches forward, that's game over.
Yeah. But I do have to say one thing, that blunders make for exciting chess. I mean, we don't like it when everything is perfect. Then go watch computers play. And I also really love it when everyone at home gets involved and sends us their thoughts, their comments, and their selfies. And talking about selfies, the big shout out goes to David Knopfler, singer-songwriter, also brother of Dire Straits founder Mark Knopfler, who is watching us from his sofa. So a big hello.
Oh, I'm getting starstruck.
I know.
Hi.
That's actually crazy timing, because when I was in the shower this morning, I was listening to Sultans of Swing. So
I know that's your favourite song, David.
My favourite song. So.
Yeah. Oh, wow, that is so cool.
Yeah.
So David Knopfler is a chess fan.
Yeah. I mean,
cool.
I just love it that we have a whole variety of people watching the show. And yeah, I also am getting goose pimples. So thank you.
That is so cool. Wow, all right. Well, hopefully these two then puts on a show for David Knopfler following this game. And I mean, they are. It's a very interesting game. Do you think now Jan-Krzysztof Duda will win it?
It looks likely. Also, he's just gone one pawn up, so there were a few quick moves there. Remember, there was a threat to trap White's bishop. White's knight actually moved out the way, so White's bishop does have some escape squares on this diagonal. But in the process, Black was allowed to give a check, drive the White king back, and now the first of those doubled pawns has dropped. So Black has a 3 versus 2 advantage now on this left side. Also, look at all White's remaining pawns. They're all isolated. Long term, the more trades that happen, if the knights disappear, the bishops disappear, those White pawns are easy pickings for Black's pieces. And okay, also forced to retreat his bishop away from the attack from the Black knight. It's all gone wrong for Niemann. He's even left the board. He's just maybe not so in love with his position anymore. He knows for sure that Duda has this one in his grasp. And Duda happy to plant his bishop in the middle of the board, attacking the other white pawn on that c-file. One of them's dropped, the other under fire. And now if the white knight goes and captures this black bishop in the center, remember, trades only help black. Black's a pawn up and white's pawns are weak. And also if you compare the remaining pieces, if we see the white knight capture the bishop, black's knight keeps the white bishop in its cage. It's dominant in terms of minor pieces right now.
And that's kind of an important question that everyone at home, and also myself, would be asking, you know, is it a good time to trade the bishop? Because after all, maybe you'll get bishop against knight. Maybe you can have hope. But it's so nice to hear, okay, no, just compare the pieces, and you definitely don't want to make those trades, and compare the pawn structure. And this will give you a little bit of an indicator as to what you should be doing in the future.
Yeah, I think white's last remaining hope is to go for some kind of surprise attack against the black king, maybe using the white knight. I think any trades that happen, your chances of saving this game get reduced. And okay, he brings his bishop out to attack the black rook. At least black's rook now has to dodge this threat. Maybe it will slide across, give a check to the white king. But okay, this is what's needed in order to save a game in practical terms. You need to create threats, scare your opponent, put the fear of ghosts into them, and eventually they might slip up. They might be careless for a move, or they might overestimate your threats and go too defensive, too passive. Duda isn't that type of player. He will look for the maximum, but either way, Hans keeping pieces on the board, and that's the right defensive strategy.
Duda, our Polish player in the tournament, and well, Poland, Kira, that has been such an important country after the war hit Ukraine. They're just receiving a lot of refugees.
Yeah, they received 2 million now, and you can also imagine how many children has crossed the borders into Poland, because I think it's very important to mention that again and again, that this is first and foremost a crisis for Ukrainian children.
Yeah, children crisis.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen it, how children has been bombed, how they've been injured, but also we've seen how it has affected the children. I just saw yesterday about children becoming catatonic and not able to talk anymore and things like this. And so imagine in Poland receiving all these children that need help.
Wow.
So definitely, it's a country that has. We need to support Poland definitely in order to tackle this.
Exactly, in receiving so many children. All right, a few moves on the board. Is it still winning for Jan-Krzysztof, our Polish player?
Definitely still winning for him, and I think he stumbled across a great plan for black. He actually advanced another pawn in order to clear a path for the black rook to come across and slide down. And the white king has to protect 2 isolated pawns on this left side, but it can't protect them both. The black rook, the black knight, the black bishop, they're all actually pointing towards this left side of the board, going towards the white king, and there's nothing else for Hans to do. He needs to just forget about that left side. It's all going to drop, and he's going, at least with the white knight, to try and create some nuisance. But yeah, the problem is the black bishop on the board now too strong, guarding the black king as well, and those 3 black pawns are going to win the game. They're not that far away from promotion, but also they have nothing stopping them.
Oh, it must be so nice in an endgame to have 3 connected pawns that you can just...
That's right, Kaja.
Yeah,
totally.
march up together.
You know, pawn structure counts for everything.
Yeah.
And as, in the endgame, it's all about promoting pawns as well as checkmating the king.
Yeah.
And of course, pawns work best if they're together and supported by another sibling. And I also have to mention, in this particular position, take a look at white's pieces, you know, the rook and the bishop and the knight. There's no coordination there. They're not pointing towards any target. And the knight and the rook could be working together, but look who's doing a sterling job of defense. That bishop in the middle of the board, it covers the g7 pawn, and there's just no way through. So, I mean, white has to be super creative here to generate any kind of threat. I'm not seeing anything. Are you?
I'm not seeing anything at all. Also, you're stuck. This rook actually creates a pin on the second rank, so this white pawn cannot advance. The white rook would drop behind it. White's king is kind of stuck in limbo here. It doesn't really want to continue moving forward. It might face some checks, some nasty checks. Also, it has to keep an eye on this black knight. But most important of all is now the players are down to around 4 minutes each. It's just easy for black to play. As you mentioned, these pawns are coming. That's a simple plan. any Tom, Dick or Harry could come up with this plan of pushing pawns. For white, what do you do? And in rapid chess and speed chess, it's all about the simplicity of plans. In the end, white decides, OK, it's time to push a pawn, try to open up lines towards the king, but this is easily dealt with. You can even take this pawn if you want, or you can just step forward and block things up. Personally, I would probably just take that pawn off just to get rid of any potential threat. If you step forward later, this pawn might be a bit of a thorn in the side, and you can imagine it promoting later, so why not just get rid of it and just capture instead? And I don't think this will help white at all, because after bishop takes, you can just continue your plan. And as Jovanka mentioned, this bishop is so strong, it stops any possible checks to the black king because it covers the square next to it. And OK, this move is strong too. Just pushing the pawn forward, and white's knight is forced away. It's time to just continue advancing, and still no threats. No matter where you pick up this white knight, even if you have 3 moves with it, there's no check you can really make without being captured. So, yeah, still very, very much in black's favour. Thanks to these pawns, they're going to start marching forward very shortly.
Yeah, and I was desperately trying to see if there was one way for the white rook to mobilize itself. I mean, it needs a little bit of fairy dust just to kind of and cheating, I'm going to say, to get that rook to anywhere useful. I mean, it's just not possible. Yeah. Every time the rook steps up the board to get somewhere active, well, there's just rook takes pawn, and all lines and all squares are covered.
Yeah, and black actually playing a sneaky move there. He could have just advanced his pawns, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda, very clever at just killing the opponent's fun, killing the opponent's counterplay. He's retreated with his knight, so that knight might be a defender, but also he's got out of the way of his own pawn, so black's c-pawn can now come down and give check to the white king. Wow. Hans Niemann, though, playing for tricks, he actually gave up his knight to lure the black king out of its kind of safe refuge there. Now the white bishop moves out the way. That's a discovered check. White's rook hitting the black king, but the black king can just defend its bishop. So it was a double attack, a check, and black's bishop was hit in the middle of the board. But easy to deal with. And wow,
nice.
Yeah, just.
Why is that so nice?
He's ending the game.
I'm not seeing it.
He's threatening checkmate in one move. The black rook is just going to come behind the white king now, deliver the kiss of death, and that's checkmate. The white king's caught in a mating net, so he's just abandoned the white pawn. He's just forgetting about the white bishop. Checkmate is coming in the next few moves. The black rook sliding across, and this is a very common pattern. The black knight, supported by a pawn, and a black rook just needs to come next to the king, and there's no way out.
Is that the perfect team to deliver checkmate and to win a game?
Yeah, knights work super well with queens, especially because they do the only thing a queen can't, but with rooks in this type of position. Knights on outposts are just fantastic.
Would you find that checkmate, Sakura?
What?
Would you find that checkmate?
No, I didn't see it before it came.
Good, then we're
two. Didn't either, don't worry.
No, actually, I thought when he took the pawn, I thought that might be like a desperate little hope he could have there, because he had that line, right? Yeah. But I didn't see this one.
Yeah, really nice finish there from Duda, and Niemann resigns.
Yeah, a win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda after 3 losses in a row today. He is able to finish the day on a high, winning game 12. And as you said, Jovanka, it's the final game of today. That counts.
That's the one that counts.
Yeah.
You know, we can forget the other 3 games. They don't matter anymore. He will go to bed with a big smile on his face, and he will be all set for tomorrow's 3 games.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why it works, but it does. This is the chess psychology.
And he finished it off beautifully as well, David. How did Jan-Krzysztof Duda win this game?
Yeah, let's just show the win. And also, one thing about top players, they always look for checkmate. They always look at the opponent's king first. And this position we were discussing, white here had a discovered check, the bishop dropping back, hitting the black king as well. The black king moved forward, and I was praising this. I thought, OK, the black king defends the bishop in the centre. After bishop takes bishop, I assumed he would just recapture, and the white pawn can actually just be stopped by the black knight. And this looks good too. Black should be winning, but Duda found something even cleaner, even better. In this position, rather than capture the bishop, he just closed the checkmating net around the white king. And as mentioned, this checkmating idea is actually unstoppable. Not only is the rook and knight helping to trap the king, but the black king stops the white king from escaping towards the center, and white can only delay this. There's no other way about it. If the bishop drops back to control this square, it gets captured. And again, if the white pawn steps forward to try and control this square, the white rook gets captured. Either way, the black rook is going to deliver checkmate to the king in the center of the board.
Impressive stuff for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That is taking him to 19 points. He is now in third place, shared third place, but a bunch of games still going on. But after a terrible start to the day with 3 losses in a row, what a great way to finish it off for Hans Niemann. He is in currently 5th place, so still inside top 8, still looking good for him to qualify for the knockout stage. But tomorrow it's going to be an interesting day. We are hoping to get a comment from Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He has not picked up our call yet, so we can head into another game going on here in round 12. And I think it is the game between, yep, here it is, Richard Report and Jordan van Foreest, who's been really on a roll today. And is he winning another game?
It's looking good for him. Still a lot of hard work to be done. We're in the end game. That means some drawing chances maybe, but the reason the evaluation bar said +1 or roughly +1 for black is because simply black has an extra pawn. If we do a quick count, black has 5 pawns, white has 4. And that being said, white has an active king. White's pieces are nicely centralized. And that's why it's going to be hard for Jordan to convert this. And okay, meanwhile, he's pushed a pawn. I'm slightly surprised by that. And the more exchanges that happen, the safer white should be. Black's king as well, very far away from the action. And now, what do you think, Ivanka, if we just see a trade of pawns?
I don't understand, you know, after pawn takes pawn, rook takes, and I'm just thinking, can white get greedy and capture a pawn? No, now I understand.
There would have been a discovered check on the 4th rank.
Yes.
So the white king had to run to safety.
Yeah.
And, okay, black's still a pawn up, but for now, that pawn isn't really able to advance any further. Also, wow, Richard Report being really sneaky now. Maybe he's going for the black king. Maybe he's trying to lull Jan Foreest into a false sense of security. And there's actually a checkmating idea on the board. White's bishop wants to go to the top of the board, to the e8 square, then kind of zigzag its way back to check the black king. And then the black king, if it's forced onto the top rank, could get checkmated maybe by white's rook. So black's king not entirely safe. This is why we normally say, I mean, not in the last game by Hans Niemann, but normally we say kings in the center of the board are safest in endgames because they can actually run either side. You don't want them trapped, also not helping the rest of your pieces. Yeah, so Jordan has to be slightly careful. He should be having an advantage, but it's not one-sided traffic at least.
No, and no, the king is a problem actually for black. I mean, I was wondering whether the king could just make a bid for freedom, run towards the center. It's in a corner at the minute, and that's always going to be troublesome. But should he do that, or should he just be content?
Possibly. I mean, the big question is in this position as well is what happens if the rooks disappear? Black can actually force the rooks off the board by right now, and he does it. He offers the trade of rooks. The rooks have to disappear. There was a pin. The problem here for black is that the white king is so active. And yes, black has this extra passed pawn on the c-file, but white's king is moving towards it very, very quickly. And also pawns disappearing. If all of black's pawns disappear, even at the cost of white's bishop, it's a draw.
Yeah.
So, okay, some decent drawing chances, but black, of course, the only one who can win now.
And so far, the 3 games that have finished in round 12 have ended up with winners. One of them is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Congratulations with a great finish to the day, Jan-Krzysztof.
Hello, thank you.
How relieved are you that you did get that win in the final game after 3 losses in a row there?
Of course, I'm very happy to win the final game because today was an extremely bad day for me, and honestly speaking, I haven't been tilted in a while in the way I was today. So, yeah, very good to end on positive score. Yeah, did everything in my power to to change the course.
Fantastic. And of course, we're very surprised when we see you lose 3 in a row there. Has anything been going on? Have you been feeling not well? Some reason for you getting those 3 losses?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I mean, okay, I think I just lost to Lequang, like in honest game. Yeah, I definitely had my chances there, but yeah, somehow misplayed it and also got low on time. He played reasonably well. And just delivered. Yeah, and of course the crucial game was against you in June. Yeah, but somehow, you know, I had the feeling before game that it was not going to be an easy game. Yeah, but of course I didn't expect to lose with white pieces. I mean, the position was very complex, but I think I managed to get an edge, probably even the winning one. Yeah, but then I was relying on one trick which wasn't working, and then I mean, I got confused on a very low time, and instead of grabbing the pawn, which is kind of usual stuff I do, I just play some random stuff like bishop h5 and then just blunder the house. And yeah, it was of course extremely bad game for me and extremely tilting. And yeah, I mean, in the next game against BD, I was just tilting, always playing some basically random stuff. And, needless to say, it didn't work out.
All right. Well, but still, because of a very good day yesterday, you are inside top 8. So what will tomorrow be about to make sure you qualify for the knockout stage?
Yeah, it's just important not to play like today. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I really was like in command, like in extremely good position situation. But right now, I mean, I'm not so sure like anymore. But yeah, still very important to win that last game in a nice way. I think. I mean, the finish was quite nice, and yeah, and hopefully tomorrow will be as good as days before today.
Yeah. All right. Well, we hope you get a good night's sleep and that you're feeling fresh tomorrow. Good luck, Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for joining us. All right, and then this one, I can definitely see the bar is liking it for Jordan van Foreest.
Yep. Some small things have changed. We saw a trade of one set of pawns, but most importantly, Black's king has got active, and White's king is actually just trying to sneak over to the right side to pick off Black's pawns there, but Black can stop the White king from breaking through on the light squares by bringing his bishop down and giving a check. And the reason Black should objectively be winning this is because actually, not just is he a pawn up, but White has a pawn on a light square. When it's same colour bishops, you don't want your pawns on the same colour complex because, okay, Black's king actually centralising itself. Yeah, but White's pawn on this light square next to this king now is going to drop at some stage. So you always want your pawns on opposite squares to your bishops, opposite colour to your bishops. And, okay, White's king has gone off to try and grab a pawn, but it's looking like Black's pawn here just too close to promotion now. White is definitely losing this race. This Black pawn is going to cost White the bishop. And, yeah, it should be pretty straightforward from there. White's bishop has to come back, stop this pawn. The Black bishop will support the pawn coming forward. There we go. And, yeah, unfortunately, White's corner pawn, the H pawn on its own, is easily stopped by Black's bishop.
Oh,
so it won't
bar
be...
does not look like that move, but...
I think it's just semantics, you know, it doesn't really matter because here, as you can see, the light squared bishop that Black has is easily going to stop that pass pawn, and it will be all about that one remaining pawn, and we have a result. Jordan wins.
Yeah, as soon as White's pawn steps forward, the Black bishop gives itself up, and Black's pawn will become a queen.
What a game by Jordan van Foreest, and what a day for Jordan van Foreest. This win, David, how did he get it?
Yeah, I just want to highlight maybe the final stretch, just to explain in more detail why Jordan won and why they moved so quickly at the end. It came down to this position. I was advocating the bishop coming forward with a check, stopping the White king from utilising this square in the corner, but Jordan saw further. He'd actually calculated to the end of the game when he brought his king to the centre, and okay, White has nothing else to do. This pawn is going to drop shortly, this Black pawn is going to step forward as well. So White gambled. He decided, okay, he has to initiate the race, but it's all about this Black pawn, and as mentioned, this pawn cost White the bishop, the only way to stop it making a queen. And the final position, if we fast forward, the reason White resigned, as mentioned, is because this Black bishop keeps the White pawn under lock and key. As soon as it steps forward, it's removed off the board, and White's king is so far away that the Black pawn has a free run to becoming a new queen. Really, really precise endgame technique.
Wow. Look at that, 2 kings and the pawn racing to become a queen. And I mean, these players are playing some fantastic chess, even after almost 5 hours, right, of play. Am I right now?
Yeah.
My calculations, yeah. How would you feel playing chess for 4 or 5 hours, Kira?
I'm exhausted just watching it.
Yes, I know.
5 hours.
That's how I feel as well.
So, no, to make that calculation in such a short time, I can also do some of those calculations, but I need to sit and look at it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So no, I'm impressed.
And so when you hang out with your friends and you guys play, what kind of time controls do you usually play with?
Well, these days I normally play just long games on the net, but we don't have time. Normally we don't have time controls. We just sit there and play till we're finished. And if we can do 2 or 3 games in one evening, that's fine.
Wow.
But I used to play when I was a student. We used to have a kind of like a friend chess club, and then we used to have clocks and play a 55-minute one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I have to have a clock because if I don't, perfectionist. It's just impossible to make a move if the clock is not forcing me to do it. All right, we are hoping to get a comment from Jordan van Foreest. I think we have to call him the man of today. I mean, he won against Dingley Ren. He almost won against Magnus Carlsen. He won against David Navarro and world number 10, Richard Report. I mean, what a day.
Yeah, and he's that kind of player, the streaky player. Once he's in form and once he's confident, everything rolls in his direction. And we saw that in Tata Steel last year, Vaikanze winning one of the world's strongest tournaments. He's capable, and he's still young as well. We forget that he's still only around 21, and working with someone like Magnus Carlsen, working as one of Magnus Carlsen's coaches. I mean, that says something about him at this young age, and he showed today. He almost beat the world champion, and he's going to be challenging at the top of world chess for the next few years.
Definitely. And we're joined by the man of today, Jordan van Foreest. Congratulations on a fantastic day.
Yeah, thank you so much. It went really, really well. I didn't expect this at all, so I'm very happy.
Incredible. Winning against world number 3, world number 10 here, almost beating Magnus Carlsen. I mean, what are you the most happy about today?
Yeah, I think I was actually completely losing against Magnus. I saw he could just win in like one move against me, but then he went for some trades and somehow I was much better there. But yeah, this last game, I think, I don't know, I'm happy about all the games actually, so it's hard to pick one of them, but definitely beating Rapport with the black pieces is maybe the most special. But yeah, all games were special to me, I think.
Definitely. And how have you been preparing for today and for this tournament to be able to perform like this?
Nothing specifically. I think I just do my thing. I'm working on chess every day. But I noticed I'm blundering a lot recently, so I decided to do a lot of tactics before this tournament. So maybe that. Otherwise, nothing too much different. But I try, because the round started like 6, which, I mean, it's not super late, but I mean, usually by then I'm not too sharp anymore. So I decided to go to bed a bit later and wake up a bit later and go for long walks instead of preparing all day, I think, just to keep a fresh mind.
Interesting.
Yeah, Jordan, congratulations, first of all, but what are your expectations now for the rest of the event? What are your goals in the rest of the Charity Cup?
I don't know, but I have no expectations at all, but there's still 3 rounds to be played tomorrow in the preliminaries, so first of all, I just hope to make it to the knockout. It's still going to be a long way, I think.
Wow, you are currently in 3rd place. It's looking really, really good for you. So you told us a little bit about your strategy, relaxing a little bit before the rounds. What are you going to do tomorrow before the final day of preliminaries?
Yeah, I think I shouldn't put too much pressure on myself. That's the most important, and just do the same thing I've been doing all day. Maybe spend some time with my girlfriend. She's not working tomorrow, and then I'll just look forward to the chess tomorrow. So that's about it.
All right. Well, congratulations on a huge day. I mean, a final question. I mean, how would you, this performance with Ding, with Magnus, and with also Richard Report, how would you rate it in your career?
Yeah, I think it's the best streak of 4 consecutive games I've had. I also don't consider myself a particularly good rapid player. I had most of my good results in classical, so that makes it even more surprising for me. So it's definitely way up there in the very top of my list of good, let's say, streaks of games. But there's still a lot of chess to be played, so we'll see how it goes.
Mm. And we have commented a few times, David, today that there's been some pawn sacrifices, some Dubov kind of moves. Have you been influenced after working, of course, with Daniil Dubov in Magnus's team?
Yeah, I actually spent probably the most time in all of Team Magnus playing chess with Dubov, so it could very well be true. We played like a million Blitz games, so that was very, very, very useful, I think, for me, because he has a very special style, which maybe I learned some things from him. Definitely, it was a lot of fun to work with him, because he has a lot of interesting ideas in the opening, but he also has he always has interesting things to say. So it's maybe.
All right, well, it seems to be working. And best of luck tomorrow as well, and congratulations on your great day.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Jordan van Foreest, the big man of today. That actually happen, David? He's well into his career, actually changing style a little bit, being influenced by others?
It's definitely possible. I think it gets harder as you get older, but I mean, playing millions of Blitz games, as he says, against Dubov, hanging out with Magnus Carlsen, hanging out with Carlsen's coaches, it's going to have some effect. Some stuff's going to rub off for sure, and especially today, it felt like he was definitely inspired. So, yeah, it's nice to see a young player just doing everything possible to improve.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at the results, you guys, from round 12. Only 3 more rounds to go in the preliminaries. Ju Wen-jun, Jovanka, she won another game, won 2 games today. How nice is that to see?
That's fantastic to see. It absolutely is ecstatic for her. And I'm hoping that tomorrow she'll be inspired to do the same.
Definitely. And Dingley Ren, an important win for him, and the first loss in the tournament for Liam Le, who is in the lead. He's played fantastic so far. Magnus Carlsen finishing off with a win against Gawain Jones. Jordan van Foreest, as we saw, that great win against Richard Report. Pragg won his game against Leiting Ji, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda won the game against Hans Niemann. So many games ending up with a winner and the standings, and this is important with only 3 rounds to go. Liam Le, I'm gonna say he is safe. Yeah, he is safe. Magnus Carlsen in 2nd place, looking good for him. Jordan van Foreest on 21 points. Dingley Ren 20, and we do have 2 players on 19 points. Hans Niemann and Vidit Gurati, there are just about inside top 8. But Pragg, oh, he's chasing from behind. Can he make it to the quarterfinal, David?
Yeah, he definitely can, but it will require some wins tomorrow, some risk-taking. Even players such as David Navarro, David Anton, they have a chance. They will be chasing, and I think it's those players around 7th, 8th place who will be looking over their shoulders tomorrow.
All right, and well, it's been super entertaining today. A lot of great chess. Let's take a look at the fighting chess index as well. Who is playing the most fighting chess? We often see that the players on the bottom of the table will be on the top of the fighting chess index because decided results do count. But Hans Niemann, I mean, he is definitely playing some fighting chess.
Yeah, so many decisive games, risk-taking as we saw today, and also credit to Pragg, Jordan van Foreest, these youngsters really playing ambitiously and being rewarded on this index.
All right, around 13 tomorrow, you guys, who will face each other in that first round on the final day. Pragg against Hans Niemann. That's going to be a super important game. Pragg fighting to get inside top 8. And Gawain Jones against David Navarro. Gawain, unfortunately, I think it's over for him, but Navarro is fighting to qualify for the knockout stage. And also Liam Le against Magnus Carlsen, the 2 players on top of the table. Vidit against Erik Hansen. They are both, Vidit is currently inside top 8. Erik, he needs to win most of the games tomorrow to have a chance. I think Jan-Krzysztof Duda finishing off with a win against Pentala Hari Krishna. Tomorrow, all right, it's going to be an intense final day of preliminaries, and it's been super nice to have you in the studio today, Kira. What has it been like, a whole day of commentating on chess?
Well, it's a dream, but it's also it's very important because thanks for letting me come here and to watch chess, but also to talk about UNICEF and the important work that UNICEF does and about the crisis in Ukraine. So thanks for that.
And as we see, 15, oh, we're almost at $60,000, you guys. It's going to be interesting to see tomorrow how much more money we can raise for the important work that Kira and his colleagues at UNICEF is doing for the people in Ukraine. All right, it's going to be an intense day of both donations and chess tomorrow. So we hope you all get a good night's sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.